Chapter 1234, Divine Seal Altar Artifact Spirit. Chapter 1234, Divine Seal Altar Artifact Spirit. The Divine Seal Altar was a protracted war. With 33 steps, the further one climbed, the more difficult it became. Luckily, the pressure on the flat planes of the steps was slightly lesser, thus one could take some reprieve there. But as one went higher, the pressure would increase to incredible proportions. Resting would not be easy. One would need to crawl all the way up in a single go. And at this time, the semifinals had already been going on for 4 hours. The first group, including Nether Limitless, had already climbed to the 8th level. As for Lin Ming, he had reached the 6th level. Beneath him, there were still some martial artists crawling to the 4th level. Many of them were already exhausted and reaching their limit, but they still clenched their teeth and persisted. Many of them knew that they had no chance of stepping onto the 4th step, but they still continued their attempt, trying to surpass their limits. To them, being able to withstand the baptism of this Empyrean pressure and climb up the Divine Seal Altar was a rare lucky chance. If the ancient Divine Seal Altar dared to be called such a name, and dared to claim that those who ascended to its top could reach divinity, then that must be because by ascending these 33 steps and withstanding the baptism of the Divine Seal Altar, one could dig out all of their potential and break past their limits. Although the Divine Seal Altar replica that Empyrean Vast Universe created was far from being able to compare with the true ancient Divine Seal Altar, it was still able to display a similar effect. Strong wind whistled. The rivers of water formed from heaven and earth origin energy unceasingly fell from every step of the altar. The over 200,000 participants were all desperately struggling with the Divine Seal Altar. At the base of the altar, the two hosts were passionately and fervently shouting out every important happening in these semifinals. Gradually, the sun set over the horizon and stars filled the skies. For those in the audience, spending a few days to watch a competition wasn't anything at all. They usually meditated for a far longer time. As Lin Ming walked over the 6th level, his steps were slow but steady. Generally, when a martial artist climbed up the steep cliffs, their speed would be slow, but when they reached the flat step they would launch their movement ability and race forwards so that they didn't waste any time on the flat area. But Lin Ming didn't care at all. He slowly stepped forwards, enlightening himself about this altar. The streams of heaven and earth origin energy washed over Lin Ming's feet, rushing past him like a crystal-clear brook. 33 layered heavens correspond to the 33 levels of the Divine Seal Altar. Every level had a completely different feeling. Lin Ming thought to himself. Out of everyone present, he was the first to understand the strangeness of the Divine Seal Altar from the very beginning. And, the further he climbed, the stronger this feeling became. As for others, including even Nether Limitless, they didn't feel anything profound from the Divine Seal Altar. This was not because Lin Ming's perception or divine sense far surpassed Nether Limitless, but because of out these hundreds of thousands of people, he was the one most closely intertwined with the 33 heavens. Only he, and he alone, had crossed a perfect 33-layered heavens 9 by 9 life destruction. Lin Ming was increasingly sure that the true Divine Seal Altar was created by Empyrean Divine Seal. These sorts of ancient divine tools were often named after their creator. Who is Empyrean Divine Seal? How is he related to the Great Calamity from 3.6 billion years ago? Out of all the heroes in the past, just what role did he play? What is suppressed underneath the eye of the ancient Elysium Seal? For what reasons would the ancient Elysium Seal's artifact spirit spend 3.6 billion years suppressing some unknown existence, to the point that it must use an arcane ability to fall into slumber so that its lifespan can extend to the distant future? In this world, what existence can live longer than an artifact spirit, and also in a situation where it was sealed? Lin Ming had all of these questions percolating in his mind. He also clearly remembered that the ancient Elysium Seal had mentioned a great world calamity. This was because in that catastrophe 3.6 billion years ago, even the rules that governed the heavens and earth had changed. After that time, body transformation techniques were no longer suitable for humans. From that point on, the essence gathering system rose to glory, overshadowing all other methods. From this alone it could be seen just how terrifying that calamity had been. Lin Ming found it hard to imagine just what sort of disaster had swept through the entire divine realm, and not even all the Empyreans of the past had been able to resist it. As Lin Ming was thinking, what he didn't know was that at this time, there was someone secretly watching him. This person was shrouded in mist. Although his form appeared to be that of an old man, he wasn't human at all, he was an artifact spirit. Deep within the divine seal altar, this artifact spirit had a panoramic view of every single genius as they were competing. Its responsibility here was to protect these participants. Once they encountered a life-threatening situation, the artifact spirit would then move to save them. This little fellow is a bit special. How interesting. I thought that young fellow vast universe was lazy and was just dragging me along to help look after these babies, but I never thought I'd meet such an interesting little fellow here. It's as if he can feel the faint concepts contained within the 33 steps of the divine seal altar. These concepts belong to the 33 layered heavens. Although it's impossible for him to comprehend anything in such a short time with his cultivation, he still shouldn't be able to feel this. I wonder just what sort of lucky chances this boy has had. The old man thought to himself. Then, he laughed and said, "Hey, that kid is quite funny. He's not revealing his strength at all. And in fact he isn't even using any of his strength. It's like he's taking a vacation and strolling through the countryside. Since I noticed him, I certainly can't let him be so comfortable. Let's test out his ability a bit and see just how he's so special. If he's any good, I'll recommend him to that young boy vast universe." The old man's lips curved up in a sly smile. In the next moment, a tiny wisp of light shot out and quietly sank into the stone walls of the divine seal altar. Millimeter. I shouldn't be so enthusiastic at the start. Everything needs to be done gradually for it to be interesting. I hope that this little boy doesn't disappoint me. The old man chuckled, his eyes filled with anticipation at Lin Ming's performance. As Lin Ming was thinking, he felt space distort around him. This was a familiar feeling that he had sensed countless times before. This was the feeling of when an array formation was activating and a simulation spirit body was soon to appear. The sixth spirit body couldn't arouse Lin Ming's interest at all. One could see this just by looking at how the other participants were able to easily clear this level. As long as Lin Ming wanted to, he could instantly kill this spirit body without even taking out his weapon. This spirit body was only 100 feet away from Lin Ming. The spirit body wore a tightly fitted battle robe and held a red long spear in its hands, somewhat resembling Lin Ming's own phoenix blood spear. A spear! How refreshing! Lin Ming still didn't bring out the phoenix blood spear. From the start until now, he had only been using his fingers as a spear. Whoosh! The spirit body moved, reaching an incredible speed. The long spear in its hand thrust out like a viper at an extremely tricky angle. With a thrust of its spear, lightning quickened. This was the laws of thunder. Moreover, this spirit body had already reached the 4th level concept of the thunder laws, manifestation. The 6th step spirit body has capable attainments in techniques and laws. Lin Ming drew back, easily dodging the spear attack of the spirit body. His right hand's fingers flicked out once more. Shoo! A spear light shot straight towards the spirit body's forehead. However, that spirit body had extremely fast reflexes. It whipped its head to the side and dodged Lin Ming's attack. Hey! Lin Ming was a bit startled. He changed methods, waving his hand and emitting a blazing purple light. He also used the 4th level concept of the thunder laws, manifestation. Manifested thunder had its own consciousness and spirituality. In comparison to mindless energy, it was several times stronger. Moreover, elemental energy with its own intelligence was not easy to dodge. Lin Ming flicked his 10 fingers once again. Pang! The spirit body's spear light was crushed apart. Lin Ming thought this battle was over, but at this moment the spirit body sinisterly grinned. In the next moment, it shook its long spear and smashed apart Lin Ming's spear lights. Millimeter. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. In his estimation, the spirit body of the 6th level absolutely shouldn't have the ability to crush apart his spear light, otherwise the other participants would never have crossed this level so easily. Something strange. Lin Ming rapidly reacted. With something so unusual occurring, Lin Ming certainly wouldn't be careless as to avoid any surprises. And he also clearly remembered that strange grin that appeared on this spirit body's face. How could a mindless spirit body created by an array formation produce such a human expression? That Lin Ming from the ancient Phoenix clan still hasn't brought out his weapon. But now that he's facing the sixth match, his opponent is far more formidable than what he has faced so far. Lin Ming wasn't able to instantly kill it and has also seemed to run into some trouble. Is he still planning on not using his weapon? What a bold man, confident in his own skills, the two twin hosts shouted out. There were only a dozen or so participants that they were focusing on. Lin Ming was one of them. As for what the tricks that the Divine Seal Altar's artifact spirit was playing, they simply weren't able to see through it. Much less them, but not even an ordinary world king could see through. Even Lin Ming, who was personally experiencing it, only felt that something was strange, but he still wasn't able to place his finger on just what was happening. Lin Ming should use his spear. If he doesn't use his spear, then he might meet with unexpected failure. That's right, he needs to be more careful. If he fights the other participants, then he can be defeated 5 times, but if he loses to a spirit body just once, then he will be eliminated. Many martial artists from the Crimson Light world began to discuss amongst themselves, clearly worried for Lin Ming. They didn't come from the ancient Phoenix clan, but they still supported Lin Ming. They were some lower-level Holy Lands of the Crimson Light world. They originally had some of their geniuses participating in the semifinals, but those geniuses had been defeated in the first few steps. Without anyone to support, they transferred their energy to support Lin Ming instead. After all, since the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters was located at the Crimson Light world, they could always at least form relations with them a little bit. There was always competition between the different great worlds. If a martial artist were to appear in a great world that had more powerhouses than they had clouds, then they would be emboldened as they left to explore the divine realm. On the other hand, if someone came from a desolate great world that didn't produce many powerhouses, they would be despised upon adventuring through the divine realm, labeled as a backwater genius. If the Crimson Light world was able to produce an Empyrean and that Empyrean chose to establish their own sect at the Crimson Light world, the Crimson Light world would directly rise into the ranks of a second-order great world. The energy and momentum of an Empyrean was truly terrifying. Just their presence alone was enough to affect the overall ranking of a great world. The spirit body thrust its spear out once more. Lin Ming used 30% of his true essence this time. He didn't use his spear, and he definitely didn't use the heretical god force or the 8 inner hidden gates. Even so, his speed and strength was able to fully suppress the spirit body. But this spirit body was extremely tough. At a critical moment it was able to shatter apart Lin Ming's killing blow. Now this is fun. Lin Ming was a bit interested and a bit more serious. He dodged the spirit body's spear light and then shot out 5 thunderfused spear lights. The spirit body wanted to use its old move to crush these 5 spear lights. But this time, Lin Ming faintly smiled. He sprung the fingers of his other hand and shot out 5 fire-fused spear lights. Thunder and fire intersected, directly exploding. Bang! The spirit body broke apart into countless motes of dust before vanishing. Chapter 1235, Without Weapons. Chapter 1235, Without Weapons. Hey! This little baby understands the concept of fire, and moreover its dual concepts of thunder and fire. His comprehension is extremely high, and with the way he is utilizing these concepts, it seems that he's reached the threshold of the 5th level. The old man traced his chin, revealing an extremely interested expression. The 5th level concept of the 5 element laws was separated from the 4th level concepts by an extremely large gap. There were many powerhouses that would never manage to cross this moat in their lifetimes. Even some weaker divine lord powerhouses wouldn't be able to cross this step. In other words, Lin Ming's comprehensions of laws now surpassed many divine lord powerhouses. I'll have to slowly test your abilities. Young man, you shouldn't have any problems with this. For this old man to test you is your good luck. Others can't even ask me for such a favor, ha ha ha. The Divine Seal Artifact's artifact spirit chuckled. He wanted to know just what secrets Lin Ming had that allowed him to touch upon the concept of the 33-layered heavens that not even World King powerhouses could sense. This was not an exaggeration either. Even Mo Eversnow did not understand the 33-layered heavens. In the past, when Mo Eversnow was at the height of her power, if she had come to the Divine Seal altar, she still wouldn't have been able to sense anything. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end Lin Ming did not need to use a weapon. Although he fiercely fought for some time, he has still emerged victorious. The 7th and 8th levels might not be so easy. The power of the spirit bodies will become increasingly strong. In a fight with the spirit bodies, a single defeat will spell elimination. If a participant isn't careful and underestimates the enemy, all of their hard work might come to nothing. After Lin Ming killed the 6th level spirit body, the voices of the twin hosts rang out in the air. That's right, it's better to be safe than sorry. It's much better to advance steadily. Many martial artists of the Crimson Light world discussed. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan also began standing up. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, be careful. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, don't underestimate your enemy. Numerous young disciples shouted out together. In truth, Lin Ming was much younger than most of the disciples here, and his merits and qualifications were also low so far. But, because he was so strong, many of them simply called him their senior apprentice brother. This was the standard of the martial arts sects. The top genius of a great world king Holy Land was also called a specific name, such as elder senior apprentice brother or elder senior apprentice sister. It had been extremely difficult for the ancient Phoenix clan to produce a talent that was able to enter the top 1,000 or even potentially top 500 rankings of the first martial meeting. If Lin Ming were to lose because of some accident, that would truly be an injustice. As everyone was shouting, the twin hosts suddenly cried out. They looked towards the 8th level of the Divine Seal altar and nearly choked on their own words. They had just warned everyone to be careful, but on the Divine Seal altar's 8th step, Nether Limitless had actually put away his katana as he faced his spirit body opponent. Nether Limitless actually put away his weapon. Is he planning on fighting the enemy unarmed? The twin hosts' words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards the 8th level to see Nether Limitless standing there, facing a tall and sturdy fellow that used a sledgehammer. This majestic spirit body gave off an extremely strong pressure. What a tall and burly fellow, it's simply like a mountain of meat. Is Nether Limitless planning on dealing with the fellow without any weapons? Lin Ming didn't use his weapon on the 6th step and Nether Limitless doesn't need to on the 8th step. These geniuses are truly arrogant. How can you even compare them? Nether Limitless was ranked 15th on the Divine Seal decree, and is now the fastest one to climb out of these 300,000 people. Don't try to equate Nether Limitless to those that ranked in the hundreds or thousands. Out of everyone here, besides Nether Limitless, only Fang and Bloodless Sword have managed to enter the top 100 rankings of the Divine Seal decree. Within the audience, disciples of Demon Dawn Great World began to speak with contempt thick in their voices. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting semifinals were separated into 30 locations. On average, each location had 3 participants that were in the top 100 rankings of the Divine Seal decree. As everyone was discussing, Nether Limitless had already begun fighting with that tall sledgehammer fellow. With a great roar, the tall sledgehammer spirit body brought the hammer crashing straight down. Nether Limitless simply sneered. His figure turned into a series of after-images as he instantly arrived in front of the tall spirit body, directly facing the massive hammer that came smashing down. If this giant weight were to crash down, then the explosive force would even cause a mountain to collapse. Everyone in the audience cried out in alarm. But Nether Limitless didn't have any expression at all. He simply thrust his palm out. This palm seemed slow and without any strength, but it instantly passed through space, passing through that big fellow's giant hammer and striking its chest. In that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. That tall and burly fellow suddenly stiffened. The giant hammer in its hands came to a complete stop in midair, seeming to violate the laws of physics. Then, an unbelievable sight occurred. With a crackling sound, cracks began to appear through the big fellow's body as if he were a glass sculpture. Then, the spirit body suddenly shattered, exploding to pieces. Heavens! What sort of technique is this? That formidable big fellow had suddenly shattered to pieces. This was a truly inconceivable attack. This is the ice laws, space laws, time laws, and concept of vibration, an attack with 3 laws and a concept combined together. That is simply unbelievable. To fuse so many concepts and laws together is far too amazing. Nether Limitless is indeed an extreme genius of his era. For an ordinary martial artist, fusing 2 laws together is extraordinary. Laws and concepts were simply a generalization that everyone used. There wasn't a true difference between them. But, if there was a difference, then that would be that laws encompassed a great domain while concepts were more concrete and specific. For instance, burning heat was the first level concept of the fire laws. But, all 9 level concepts of fire could simply be referred to as the fire laws. Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless. After Nether Limitless 1, all of the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands began to crazily shout out. On the 8th step, without using a weapon and only using a single palm strike that fused together 4 different concepts and laws, this technique was enough to shock the audience. Too strong. Haha, our senior apprentice brother Nether is first. On the first several steps the spirit bodies were too weak, so they were all instantly killed without seeing a difference, but now those differences are obvious. That's right, at the 8th level and above, everyone that can still instantly kill their opponents are all extreme characters. For the first several steps, even those nobody martial artists could instantly kill the spirit bodies. They simply aren't any good at all. Not wrong. Who cares if that Lin Ming doesn't need to use a weapon? If he really was capable, then he would instantly kill those spirit bodies even without weapons. Nobody can compete with our senior apprentice brother Nether. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were all bursting with pride. Their Holy Lands originally came from the First Order world, the Demon Dawn Great World. Now, whether it was in strength or speed, they were number 1. Motherfucker, how could he be so fierce? Violent Stone's eyes bugged out. He couldn't help but acknowledge that this Nether Limitless was simply too abnormal. As Violent Stone and the numerous other people in the audience were shocked by Nether Limitless' performance, deep within the Divine Seal Altar's inner world, the artifact spirit actually didn't even spare him a glance. A technique of this level simply wasn't able to arouse the artifact spirit's interest. The artifact spirit still watched Lin Ming as before, saying, "Little kid, you'll soon reach the 7th step. At the 7th step this old man will test you once more. Don't be worried, ha ha ha." Chapter 1236, 20th step. Chapter 1236, 20th step. All the way forwards, Nether Limitless was still in the lead as before, his momentum nearly unstoppable. Close behind Nether Limitless was Bloodless Sword. Bloodless Sword also easily defeated his opponent on the 8th level, but he had to use his weapon unlike Nether Limitless. For some contestants that didn't use weapons, they didn't care much for Bloodless Sword, so they didn't follow him in this. With a sword cutting down a spirit body, Bloodless Sword continued his climb to the 9th floor. Haha, elder senior apprentice brother is very steady. As a swordsman, there's no point in not using your sword. Right, there's no point at all. In truth, elder senior apprentice brother doesn't even need to use his sword because he has already reached the sword of the heart boundary. In his hands, there is no difference whether he is wielding a sword or not. In the audience, Fairy Fong heard the cheers of everyone around her and the hosts casting the situation on the altar. She shook her head and said, "Lin Ming likely didn't use his weapon because he simply didn't think it was necessary. I never imagined that such a little thing like this would cause such comparisons." Violent Stone said, "It's not strange. In this semifinal, the geniuses that climb the Divine Seal Altar aren't competing in just speed but also how calmly they can cut down the spirit bodies. Many people are becoming famous because of this. Those martial artists that have a shallow background hope to become famous so that they can be taken in by some great influence. As for those martial artists with a great background and who also come from a great influence, they hope to become famous in order to bring glory to their holy lands and possibly even garner the attention of an Empyrean. When an Empyrean chose a descendant, their pool of candidates was every single genius of every great influence in the divine realm. The first martial meetings of the past had all been good places for an Empyrean to choose their descendant. An Empyrean could live for nearly 100 million years. Even so, most would receive several hundred descendants or even less than 100. Of these people, the weakest amongst them were ordinary world kings. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that these ordinary world king descendants were Empyrean descendants that had exhausted all of their potential before growing up. As for those who were able to develop, they were able to become great world kings or even half-step Empyreans. There were even those select few that could grow into new Empyreans. With this, if a disciple of a great world king Holy Land was chosen by an Emperor, that would absolutely be the greatest honor of all. That great world king Holy Land disciple, if they were to receive such an honor, would invite all the guests they knew and hold a grand feast filled with heroes, a great celebration that would continue for several days. This sort of feeling was the same as the mortal world where the daughter of a wealthy family would be married into the imperial palace as a royal concubine. Although the family wouldn't have many more opportunities to see their daughter again, that daughter would still grow up and live a good life in the palace, and would also be able to bring a great advantage to her family. The relationship between a Holy Land and an Empyrean heaven palace was similar to this. Now, Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword wanted to use this first martial meeting to their advantage. Their ultimate goal was to become an Empyrean descendant. And the one presiding over these semifinals was also the direct disciple of an Empyrean. If their performance was exceptional, they might be noticed by an Empyrean. They weren't afraid of showing off, only that they wouldn't show off enough. I must reach the top, that is my only goal. Xiao Daochild said that the chances of us reaching the summit are slim, but I must do it so that everyone can see me. Nether Limitless blood boiled over. After another quarter hour he defeated the spirit body of the 9th step. In defeating his opponent he didn't use a weapon as before. Facing the spirit bodies of the 9th step or even the spirit bodies of higher steps, there really wasn't a difference to Nether Limitless in how difficult it was. And at this time, Lin Ming was now facing his opponent on the 7th step. His opponent was a white-clothed woman with long hair. Her facial features were blurred. These simulation spirit bodies all had different appearances, techniques, and cultivation methods. Lin Ming guessed that the different spirit bodies formed by the array formations on the Divine Seal altar were similar to the ancient Phoenix clan's own illusionary god combat array. That was, they were able to use array formations to record a martial artist's specific techniques and styles, and use this data to recreate a simulation spirit body. These simulated spirit bodies were nearly the same as the real person. Whatever weaknesses the real person had, these spirit bodies would also have. The weapon that this woman used was a soft sword. With just a glance, Lin Ming was able to feel the special characteristics of her true essence fluctuations, her use of weapons, her steps, and with this information he was able to guess that she was a martial artist that excelled in speed. If he could suppress her in the aspect she excelled in the most, then he could instantly defeat her. Chasing thunder. Lin Ming's vision sharpened as he immediately opened Mystic Lightning Shade. His feet stepped on golden rock shattering the void and he attacked with his fastest move, Chasing Thunder. Shio. A brilliant electric purple light shot out, cutting through the air and directly striking the white-clothed woman. She was fast, but her speed was still far from being able to compare with Lin Ming. Kai kai kai. An electric light flashed out. But, at this time, something that left Lin Ming extremely surprised took place. The attack he sent out was one that even an ordinary divine transformation realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to withstand. But, this white-clothed woman was actually completely uninjured. Her protective true essence was totally immune to Lin Ming's thunder laws. Millimeter? She's becoming stronger instead. She can absorb the power of my thunder laws for herself and convert it to her own strength. How is that even possible? Lin Ming was so startled that he was left speechless. This woman's protective true essence was able to absorb his own thunder attack and transform his strength into her own. This sort of ability was only possessed by certain ancient vicious beasts and god beasts. There were some ancient vicious beasts that had achieved a certain degree in their compatibility with the laws and were completely immune to certain law-based attacks. For instance, there was the mythical thunder dragon. If one were to use thunder-based attacks against one, then that was the same as delivering a nourishing tonic to it. The only method to overcome this was if one's own power of thunder had reached a boundary where it was able to disregard the laws of the world. For instance, Empyrean thunder punishment was this sort of top powerhouse. Those beings that had this ability were either god-beasts or existences close to god-beasts. Lin Ming had never heard of a human that possessed this type of ability. Lin Ming had the heretical god force, which was itself a transcendent divine might. Even so, it could only absorb the power of thunder and fire that didn't surpass his own boundary. If a thunder or fire attack that far surpassed Lin Ming's limits were to strike him, it would still severely wound him. How strange. Why would this sort of opponent appear at only the 7th level? Lin Ming was puzzled. But he didn't pause in his movements. If the power of thunder didn't work, he would switch to flames. Chasing sun shot out, smashing into the white-clothed woman. Then, something even more unbelievable occurred. This white-clothed woman was also immune to fire-based attacks. She's immune to the fire laws. Immunity to thunder, immunity to fire. It's as if this opponent was specifically targeted at me. Lin Ming thought something was strange. Starting from the 6th level, something unusual had been occurring. The opponents he faced were clearly far more formidable than the others. Did I hit the jackpot? Did I accidentally stumble into some hidden difficulty level? Or are there people purposefully trying to play tricks on me? But that doesn't make sense. I have no idea what enemy I might have made that would be going against me here. Out of all the enemies Lin Ming had provoked, the strongest ones were the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, Zhong Wenshu, and Wu Final Cloud. However, they were all from World King and Great World King level Holy Lands, so it was impossible for them to affect the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. If thunder and fire don't work, then I will defeat you with absolute strength. Lin Ming couldn't bother with getting to the bottom of what was happening right now. He directly took out the Phoenix Blood Spear and opened the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates. The power of the Gate of Pain erupted, multiplying Lin Ming's striking power by several times. A spear thrust out, the speed reaching the limit. The power of 8 to 9 million jins of strength blew up. With a loud explosive sound, the white-clothed woman exploded into countless motes of light. He really is a dual body and energy cultivator. Within the inner world of the Divine Seal Altar, the grey-clothed man's eyebrows shot up. He was the one deliberately causing trouble for Lin Ming in order to probe his strength by forcing him to use new moves. He dual cultivates in body and energy, and his body transformation technique has already opened the 4th gate, the Gate of Pain. Those geniuses that choose to walk the paths of dual body and energy cultivation have nearly disappeared. Among the Empyreans, nearly none of them do this. There are only some geniuses of small sects that are too full of themselves who believe they can walk down the road of dual body and energy cultivation. That young kid Vast Universe is resolutely opposed to dual cultivating body and energy. After all, not everyone can be like Empyrean Primordius and experience such heaven-shaking lucky chances. And without those lucky chances and under the current restrictions of the heavenly Tao laws, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace become a demonic curse that can never be broken through. In truth, disregarding the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, barely anyone in this universe can hope to break past the life and death threshold of the 8 inner hidden gates. The old man traced his beard. The road of martial artists was broad and profound. By just walking down one cultivation system to the limit, one could become an Empyrean. But out of a trillion lives, how many people were able to become an Empyrean? If one couldn't even bring one cultivation system to the limit and yet tried to split their attention with another, that was simply far too ambitious. Not just that, but the body transformation technique system was currently prohibited by the heavenly Tao laws. The grey-clothed man also didn't believe in dual cultivating body and energy. This boy actually chose to dual cultivate body and energy. Is it because he is overconfident in himself, or is it because his master is an idiot? Or, perhaps he has some other cards in hand. His skeletal age is just over 30 years. With his essence gathering system cultivation at this level, his body transformation technique has at most 4 gates opened. That's also quite good. If he continues on this road, then I suspect it will harm him. In the next step, I must take a good look at how he fares in other aspects. The grey-clothed old man thought out loud. He didn't have much faith in Lin Ming's body transformation technique. Something seems strange with senior apprentice brother Lin. In the last 2 steps, he won with some difficulty. He even had to bring out his weapon on the 7th step. And in the future, the further he goes up the harder his opponents will be. He's in a bit of danger. From the ancient Phoenix clan as well as from the Crimson Light world, there were many people that were worried for Lin Ming. Just how strong was the Divine Seal Altar's artifact spirit? If it did something, there were very few people that could see through it. Humph, what are you worried about? Senior apprentice brother Lin clearly hasn't shown his true abilities. He's clearly saving his strength for the future. The truly magnificent battles are still coming up. Not just that, but there are 300 people that can pass these semifinals. If Lin Ming can be in the top 300, then he'll be fine. It's his win as long as he can attend the finals. As this disciple spoke, he seemed to lose confidence in his own words. Although their words and tone didn't admit defeat, the truth was that if things continued like this, then even they couldn't tell just how Lin Ming's final results would be. As for the twin girl hosts at the base of the Divine Seal Altar, they no longer spoke about Lin Ming. They only paid attention to the powerhouses at the top, shifting their attention to the several martial artists in the first group. They were currently the most dazzling characters in the semifinals. The battle between Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword was the focus of attention for nearly everyone in the audience. Like this, the over 200,000 participants continued their struggle climbing upward. 10th step, 11th step, 12th step, 13th step, 14th step. Every step was harder than the last. More and more participants were eliminated. Nether Limitless already reached the 20th step. Once he ascended another step, then he would no longer be fighting spirit bodies. He would have to defeat other participants. Chapter 1237. The Battle Begins. Chapter 1237. The Battle Begins. On the first 21 steps of the Divine Seal Altar, one would fight simulation spirit bodies produced by array formations. Starting from the 22nd step and upwards, one would no longer fight simulation spirit bodies but would have to fight and defeat other participants on the same step. This produced another problem. That was that the first group which was in the lead was stronger overall, thus the opponents they faced were also more powerful. Thus, if they wished to maintain their status of being in the vanguard, they would have to pay a certain price. If they were too weak, they would be defeated and their ranking here would drop. A participant was only able to lose 5 times before they were eliminated. They naturally didn't wish to waste these chances. As some people realized this, they began to slow down their pace. If they instantly rushed to the 22nd step and had to directly face Nether Limitless, then that truly wouldn't be fun. In fact, only a very small minority of people were able to climb up to the 22nd step. After such a long time with people continually being eliminated, out of the original 300,000 participants, there was not even 100,000 left. But, out of these remaining participants, the overwhelming majority would find it impossible to reach the 22nd step. They would be eliminated before then. There was no doubt that if one could not reach the 22nd step, then they would not pass the semifinals. The sun fell down over the horizon and the curtain of night rose high up into the skies. The semifinals had now been going on for 2 days. 2 days, 48 hours. This time period was an extremely great test on every participant's mental state, physical strength, and endurance. A massive number of participants weren't able to withstand the Empyrean pressure, or they weren't able to defeat the spirit bodies, or they might have even exhausted themselves. But no matter what, if any of these happened, the participant was eliminated. The disparity grew despairingly large. The 100,000+ participants were like ants crawling up a hill, sparsely distributed all over 2 sides of the Divine Seal Altar. As some people were still struggling to reach the 11th step, Nether Limitless had already defeated the spirit body of the 21st step and was beginning to climb to the 22nd level. Nether Limitless had defeated all spirit bodies of the first 21 steps with relative ease. No one was surprised by these results. This entire way he had killed all the spirit bodies with unstoppable momentum. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands became increasingly wild and crazy as they shouted out Nether Limitless' name. The entire arena seemed to echo with the name of Nether Limitless. And on the ancient Phoenix clan's side, the disciples were relatively muted. The ancient Phoenix clan wasn't in too good of a situation. The ancient Phoenix clan, with Lin Ming included, had a total of 4 disciples entering the semifinals. The weakest of them had already been eliminated. Xiaoping's situation wasn't looking too good. Whether he could reach the 22nd step was questionable. As for those that would likely reach the 22nd step, they were Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon. But the truly brutal part of this competition would finally begin upon stepping onto the 22nd step, because at that time, they would have to duel and defeat other participants. That was the true test of strength. From the 21st step to the 22nd step, Nether Limitless climbing speed wasn't slow. Without accident, he was the first one to reach the 22nd step. After mounting the 22nd step, Nether Limitless stood proudly on the flat plains, waiting for other participants to reach him. He held his katana as he stood against the wind, the aura of a ruler wreathing him. In that moment, because of Nether Limitless' existence, many of the other martial artists felt a great pressure on them. They faintly didn't dare to climb up, because climbing up to the 22nd step was the same as facing Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless has already stepped upon the 22nd step. He alone is deterring all other participants. Someone else has climbed up. That is Bloodless Sword. The twin hosts loudly shouted. Because the current position of the competition was too high up on the Divine Seal altar, they had ridden a spirit boat up so that the entire audience could clearly see them. Bloodless Sword was only a bit behind Nether Limitless. After Nether Limitless reached the 22nd step, Bloodless Sword was right behind him. The two stood 1,000 feet apart, in sharp contrast to each other, neither of them willing to give an inch. The entire audience felt their breath catch in their throat. Would it be a battle between kings at the very start? This was simply too amazing. However, after some time passed, the two still didn't fight. They simply stood there, waiting. It seems, they aren't planning on fighting so early. The two of them aren't idiots. Even if Nether Limitless can defeat Bloodless Sword, he will have to pay a great price to do so. It will affect how far he can go afterwards. Yes. The 22nd step should not be the stage of their battle. It was clear that Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword took each other as strong rivals in these semifinals. If the two fought, it would have to be at the 30th step or above. Thus, a third person finally reached the 22nd step. This person was a purple-clothed swordsman. His nickname was Purple Blade. He was ranked in the top 300 of the Divine Seal Decree and also first on his own great world. To be able to be the third to climb to the Divine Seal altar's 22nd step, that was enough to prove his strength. With Purple Blade's arrival, Bloodless Sword and Nether Limitless still remained unmoving. They continued to wait. Slowly, over time, the others gained courage and more people climbed up to the 22nd step. However, there was a 1,000-foot null zone around Bloodless Sword and Nether Limitless that no one dared to stand in, lest they find themselves targeted as opponents. In this way, 6 hours passed. Several thousand participants had already reached the 22nd level. Still, no one fought. All of the powerhouses stopped here, seeming to unanimously agree to restore their strength on the 22nd level. They waited for more people and weaker people to climb up. The 22nd level was where the strong would hunt the weak. And at this time, Lin Ming also climbed towards the 22nd step. Mixed within the martial artists here, no one would notice him. The truth was that starting from the 10th step, Lin Ming was able to confirm that someone was targeting him. However, this mysterious existence didn't push things too far. These spirit bodies always excelled in some area and were able to create a bit of trouble for him. However, truly slaying these spirit bodies didn't consume too much of Lin Ming's strength. Generally speaking, these weren't deliberate obstacles but rather probing moves. To probe his bottom line. To probe his talent. This caused Lin Ming to be increasingly confused. Just what great expert would target him here? From the start until now, his performance had been only satisfactory at best. Whoever this mysterious figure was, they should have been watching Nether Limitless instead. Lin Ming's pace was steady, neither fast nor slow. He finally stepped onto the 22nd step with the third group. There are quite a number of people here. As Lin Ming climbed up to the 22nd step, he hadn't been able to see what was happening on the step itself. But now that he looked around, he saw around 400 to 500 people. Casually choosing any of them, one could see they were peak powerhouses. Many of them were near the same level as Wu Final Cloud. There were truly countless masters all around. Those that could climb up to the 22nd step were extreme elites that could close their eyes and become Holy Lord level characters in the future. These people had carefully chosen where they would stand. Basically, nearly no one stood around those that felt strong in fear of bringing disaster upon themselves. As for those that felt weak, there were many people crowded near them. Everyone was thinking of pinching these weak persimmon-like people to pieces. When Lin Ming stood on the 22nd step, 3 people calmly and quietly walked towards him, discreetly surrounding him. Among them, a tall martial artist shaped like a bamboo pole smiled at Lin Ming. However, his smile harbored ill intent. They judged whether or not someone was weak with 2 criteria. First was how they felt about this person, and second was how long it took them to climb up to the 22nd level. The later one climbed up, the weaker one was assumed to be. Although this type of judgment wasn't necessarily accurate, it was still better than randomly guessing. After all, nearly all the martial artists present had extremely solid foundations and the law fluctuations around them were vivid. Moreover, many of these people were hiding their aura, so it was difficult for others to judge them based on that alone. Brother Long, Brother Fei, it's quite rare for a little early divine sea brat to appear here. How about you let me handle him? The thin martial artist who was smiling at Lin Ming said to the other 2 people around him with a true essence sound transmission. Hihi, even if he's at the early divine sea, he might not be weak. I certainly understand this, but in equal conditions, wouldn't it always be easier to deal with someone with a low cultivation than a higher cultivation? Brother Long, Brother Fei, you're both so strong and this little brother here is so weak. Now that there is actually an opponent who showed up that climbed so slowly and also has a low cultivation, won't you look after this little brother of yours? In order for the thin martial artist to be the one to challenge Lin Ming, he flattered again and again. He simply didn't know who Lin Ming was. Although the twin hosts had introduced Lin Ming, the participants had all been busy crawling up the Divine Seal altar at the time. Although they heard of him, they didn't have an image of him in mind. Even Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword didn't know who Lin Ming was. Senior apprentice Brother Lin is being targeted. The ancient Phoenix clan's disciples were all watching Lin Ming. Currently, Lin Ming was the only person of the ancient Phoenix clan who had reached the 22nd step. As for Yang Little Moon and Xiao Ping, they were still hard at work climbing up the 20th step. Humph, they actually think that our senior apprentice Brother Lin is easy to bully. I wonder just how strong he is. Of the participants that were able to reach the 22nd step, none of them could be underestimated. These people think I'm some fat sheep or something. Lin Ming faintly smiled. My climbing is relatively slow and my cultivation is also at the early divine sea. It's not strange that I'm being targeted. My cultivation is the lowest of the participants here. This is also good. I was worried that I would have to spend some time looking for an opponent, but now someone delivered themselves straight to me. Lin Ming grinned. As the thin martial artist saw Lin Ming's happy expression, he frowned. Why was this boy smiling? Just as he was thinking this, the sound of exploding energy erupted from the far-off distance, following by a pitiful scream. Some people had already begun fighting. The first one to attack was Nether Limitless. Using the space laws, Nether Limitless instantly crossed 100,000 feet, actually arriving right in front of the person furthest from him. With his personality, he instead decided to fight the one furthest from him. That person was immediately frightened out of his mind. Just as that person was about to raise his weapon, Nether Limitless Katana had already cut out, slashing through his protective true essence. Peng! That person's protective true essence shattered and he was sent flying backwards, vomiting blood. Nether Limitless had kept his hand. This was the real world and those that died would not revive somewhere else. However, the rules of this grand competition forbid intentional murder. The martial artist who was struck backwards was wrapped up in a layer of purple energy before he even landed. This purple energy rapidly healed the martial artist's wounds. At the same time, it also brought him hurtling downwards to the 21st level. If one lost, they would have to fall down one step. Nether Limitless attack had become a signal. At this time, a massive number of participants struck out with their attacks. The battle had begun. Chapter 1238, The One Who Should Be Sorry Is Me. Chapter 1238, The One Who Should Be Sorry Is Me. Let the battles begin. War has broken out. The two twin hosts spiritedly shouted. At that moment, most of the participants on the 22nd step began to battle each other. Even though they were all participants that had reached the 22nd step, the disparity in strength between them was enormous. The strong would only need several breaths of time to kill the weak. And from the very start, the powerhouses had already chosen their targets. As soon as the battle began, they rushed towards their chosen opponents. This was basically a battlefield where the strong slaughtered the weak. Of course, there were some people that misjudged the strength of others. Once they made this fatal mistake, they might find victory difficult or even have kicked a wall and be defeated instead. Although one was strong, with some bad luck, they might encounter someone stronger. They could only embrace their own defeat. The accuracy of one's eyesight was also another important standard that dictated whether or not one would be able to pass the 22nd step. If one had poor eyesight, it was impossible to blame others. Once the battle began, all of the martial artists in the arena were roused to the extreme. There was no need to mention martial artists who had fellow disciples of the same sect competing on the divine seal altar. They went all out in shouting. As for those martial artists that didn't have any fellow disciples competing or their fellow disciples had already been eliminated, they still shouted as loudly as they could, cheering for the martial artists that originated from their great world. In short, with these billions of people present and watching these 100,000+ geniuses compete, a wild and manic atmosphere spread through the crowd, turning everyone crazy. For a martial artist that walked down the road of martial arts, they had to encounter all sorts of dangers, slaughtering, arduous and high-intensity training, risking their lives, playing the games of intrigue and betrayal. Every martial artist lived under a tremendous pressure. They needed a way to vent. Senior apprentice Brother Dragon 1, you can do it. Of the 4 great god-beast clans, besides Lin Ming, only Dragon 1 had reached the 22nd step to become one of the 40-100 to 50-100 martial artists there. To be ranked 40-100 to 50-100 out of the participants of 1,000 great worlds was already an extremely impressive result. Senior apprentice Brother Lin is being targeted. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, be careful. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were completely focused on Lin Ming. At this time, on the 22nd step of the divine seal altar, the thin martial artist grasped a long staff as he walked towards Lin Ming. The 22nd step included participants of varying levels. It was possible to bump into some powerful genius. Qin Xingxuan clenched her fists together. Mu Qianyu held onto her hands. She could also feel the nervousness coming from Qin Xingxuan. This was a battle in the real world. It was possible that one could be severely wounded. Explosions of energy, horrified screams, whistling winds, muffled sounds, violent shockwaves, all sorts of brutal battle scenes were occurring all over. At the same time, the thin martial artist pointed his staff at Lin Ming's head, challenge in his eyes. Brat, I must say I'm sorry. This is a battlefield where the strong prey on the weak. Weaklings like you are doomed to be stepping stones for masters like me. Because of the rules, I'll be a bit gentler. For you to fall underneath my hands is also your good luck. At the very least, I won't severely injure you to the point where it affects your next match. The thin martial artist chuckled. Then, he flourished the staff in his hands, his killing intent locked onto Lin Ming. In that instant, he was like a spider hunting an insect caught in his web. Lin Ming smiled. The one that should be sorry is me. But, you're quite lucky that I am your opponent. I also know how things are. I'll be gentle with you. Brat, you are courting death. The thin martial artist's eyes widened. An early divine sea boy actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. I've changed my mind. In this battle I will break all your bones. The thin martial artist shouted out loud and smashed his staff at Lin Ming. His speed was quick. As his staff came pounding down, it contained the solemn weight of the earth laws. This staff strike was like a falling mountain. Not only was it terrifyingly powerful, but it was nearly impossible to dodge. All of those that could step onto the 22nd step were top 50 ranked characters of their great world. They were chosen prides of heaven that were coddled since birth. Their moves were naturally unordinary. Even if the thin martial artist judged himself superior to Lin Ming, he still put his full strength behind this attack. On the 22nd step, there was no truly weak individual, only those that were relatively weaker. If one underestimated their enemy, they would truly suffer a miserable loss. Within Lin Ming's pupils, each and every movement of the thin martial artist was clearly reflected. Earth laws, 4-level concepts, moreover he has fused them perfectly together. This is the same as before I comprehended the 5th-level concept of thunder and fire. Lin Ming could instantly see through the strength of this thin martial artist. Since I'm facing other participants now and not simulation spirit bodies, there shouldn't be any other tricks played on me. Lin Ming languidly brought up the Phoenix Blood Spear and swept it out. He only used the fire laws, with the first 4-level concepts fused together. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. Hoo hoo hoo. Flames burned. As Lin Ming thrust out his spear, a blue lotus bloomed atop it. Lin Ming's spear was extremely fast. The brown true essence that the thin martial artist sent out was instantly seared away. All he saw was a beautiful blue lotus appear in front of him before a wave of blue flames rushed towards him. What? The thin martial artist was shocked. He suddenly realized that his opponent was far more formidable than he had guessed. Is there a mistake here? An early divine sea martial artist I casually found is actually so strong. His striking power actually surpasses my own. The thin man drew backwards. At the same time, a thick brown-colored barrier appeared around him. Earth Protection Shield. The Earth laws were weak in attacking but excelled in defense. The thin martial artist had absolute confidence in his own Earth Protection Shield. What shit luck. I was completely mistaken and actually ran into a master of the fire laws. I can only defensively counterattack and try some roundabout tactics. I must withstand the first several waves of his attacks and look for a chance to defeat him. If I don't save as much energy as possible, then I'll be in danger once I reach the 24th or 25th step. The thin martial artist's thoughts raced. As a martial artist skilled in the earth laws, defensively counterattacking was the field he excelled in the most. However, just as Lin Ming's blue flames enveloped the thin martial artist's earth protection shield, an unbelievable scene occurred. The fire true essence was pervasive, digging through every single weakness it could find. Moreover, it also contained the attribute of endlessness, causing the thin martial artist's earth protection shield to rapidly disintegrate. At this speed, the earth protection shield would be completely burnt through in just several breaths of time. How is this possible? He clearly only understands the 4th-level concept of the fire laws, so how can he burn through my shield? The thin martial artist didn't even have the time to ponder this. At this time, Lin Ming stepped forwards and appeared right in front of him. 8 inner hidden gates, 4 gates open. The power of several million jinns erupted. Lin Ming's spear came smashing down onto that brown barrier. Catcher. It was like a several million jinn heavy hammer crashed into a bronze bell. With a terrifying eruption, cracks began appearing in the thin martial artist's earth protection shield. Crack, it cracked. The thin martial artist originally thought that his shield would be able to persist for several more breaths of time, giving him some time to change his methods. But the shield had already completely collapsed. Lin Ming took advantage of this opportunity and brought the Phoenix Blood Spear pounding down on the thin martial artist. The thin martial artist was frightened to the point that his soul nearly evaporated. He wanted to take out a magic tool from his spatial ring, but he no longer had enough time. The Phoenix Blood Spear heavily crashed onto the thin martial artist's protective true essence. If even his earth protection shield couldn't block this attack, then his protective true essence would be even more useless. With a loud explosive sound, the thin martial artist stuffily humphed as he was sent soaring backwards while coughing out a mouthful of blood. And in his right hand he had just taken out a golden shield. This golden shield was half the height of a human and shining with a dazzling light. It was a low-grade spirit artifact. However, there was no time to use it. Lin Ming's attack had been too fast and too fierce, bringing with it an unstoppable momentum. The thin martial artist simply didn't have enough time to defend against it. By the time he brought out his shield, he had been sent flying back. "Fuck this, aren't you too strong?" The thin martial artist opened his mouth to speak, but all that came out was gurgled blood. And at this time, a purple energy wrapped around him. As this purple energy healed his wounds, it also brought him back down to the 21st step. This meant that he would have to climb up to the 22nd step again. If he climbed up once more, it would consume even more of his strength. Senior apprentice brother Lin won. So fierce. He won so easily. Seeing Lin Ming win so easily, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were left in a bit of a daze. They originally thought that even if Lin Ming won, he would still take some time to do so. Too amazing. He hasn't met those abnormal freaks yet. That staff-wielding martial artist looks like a frail stick. How could he ever compare with our senior apprentice brother Lin? Senior apprentice brother Lin is awesome. Too fierce. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all overjoyed. They naturally didn't think that they would be weaker than others. No one wanted to destroy their own hopes and ambitions, because their power was correlated with their own faith. Even if they had such thoughts, they would never voice them out loud. Brother. Damn it. Not too far from Lin Ming, those two fellows that had surrounded Lin Ming with the thin fellow were glaring at him. They had clearly been his companions. One of them had already finished his battle. If he was able to finish his battle so quickly, he naturally wasn't one of the weaker participants. That martial artist stared at Lin Ming, fear flashing in his eyes. Lin Ming thought little of it. If this fellow wanted to fight, then he would welcome it, but it seemed that he lacked the courage to do so. That person finally didn't say anything more. He instead began climbing up to the 23rd step. At this time, on the 22nd step, there were still many others ferociously fighting. In a one-on-one battle, no one was allowed to interfere. Many of the people fighting didn't have too great of a strength disparity with their opponents. If they fought like this, it was extremely taxing. Even if they won, they would have to consume an immense amount of strength. They would have to stay on the 22nd step for some time to restore themselves. The truth was that the competition taking place on the Divine Seal altar did not forbid the use of recovery pills. But the medicinal efficacy contained within recovery pills was not completely consistent with a martial artist's own true essence. Using 3 or 4 was fine, but if one used too many, then that would cause their true essence to become impure and also affect their combat strength. Many people were like Lin Ming and ended their battles early. They leapt onto the cliff and began to climb to the 23rd step. The further they went, the stronger their opponents would be. Lin Ming leapt. His body flew up like a bird, crossing hundreds of feet at a time. On the 23rd level, the pressure increased once more. But those people that were able to conclude their battles early were masters amongst masters. Even in the face of this pressure, the speed at which they climbed was still fast. Chapter 1239, Crimson Strifecloud's Daughter. Chapter 1239, Crimson Strifecloud's Daughter. As Lin Ming started to climb up to the 23rd step, the ancient Dragon Clan's Dragon 1 was defeated. The one who defeated Dragon 1 was a small and ordinary young man with nothing special about him. But, in front of him, Dragon 1 still suffered a miserable loss. It could only be said that there were far too many masters in the semifinals. With Dragon 1 sent back to the 21st step, the result was that he had fallen behind Yang Little Moon. The Dragon Clan's Dragon 1 was defeated. Fairy Feng said from beside Hua Violent Stone. Millimeter. I saw. Hua Violent Stone said. He nonchalantly turned his head to look at the person responsible for the ancient Dragon Clan disciples here, Laughing Dragon. At this time, Laughing Dragon couldn't laugh at all. As for Hua Violent Stone, he didn't gloat over this. And he definitely didn't let Lin Ming's success go to his head. This was because the intensity of the semifinals was far higher than the preliminaries. The difficult stages were still to come. There was no way for Violent Stone to feel relaxed. As Laughing Dragon felt Violent Stone's gaze on him, he said, "Hehe, old Hua, it looks like the four god beast clans only have your ancient phoenix clan's Lin Ming remaining. It seems Dragon 1 will at most be able to climb to the 23rd or 24th step before he is defeated. It's impossible for him to go any further. As for your Yang Little Moon, she's in the same position. Dragon 2, Dragon 3, Xiao Ping, and also the disciples of the Kirin clan and Rock clan will be much worse. None of them should be able to pass these semifinals. To pass the semifinals was the same as entering the top 10,000 ranks of the Divine Realm. This was truly far too difficult a task for Dragon 1, Yang Little Moon, and the others. Lin Ming will definitely enter the finals, Violent Stone confidently said. Haha, I hope so. Although I have to admit that I'm feeling a bit sour over this, I still hope that the four god beast clans will do well. The four god beast clans competed and plotted against each other in peaceful times. But when facing a mutual enemy, they still banded together to protect their interests. No matter which clan it was a wonderful occasion to produce a strong powerhouse. Of course, having this powerhouse appear in their own clan was always the best. Violent Stone didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked towards the Divine Seal altar and Lin Ming. His normally loud and boisterous manner was completely restrained and his expression was a bit solemn. In these semifinals, one step could lead to life and one step could lead to death. This was because the disparity in strength of the martial artists could be extremely great. In this competition, if someone were to easily defeat someone on one step, they could themselves be easily defeated on the next step. Thus, each fight was not easy at all. And at this time, more and more martial artists climbed up to the 23rd step. This was the same situation as before. The martial artists that climbed to the 23rd step waited for some more martial artists to ascend. Those martial artists that first mounted the 23rd step had a great advantage over the others. This was because they were able to meditate on the Divine Seal altar, eliminating the pill impurities within their bodies as they restored themselves to a better combat state. Soon, 3,000 people gathered on the 23rd step. At this time, it was no longer Nether Limitless signaling the start of the battle. Rather, anyone that decided on who they wanted to fight would instantly begin. Someone began running towards Lin Ming. This person was a tall and explosive young woman. Her steps were lithe and she was as dexterous as a cat. She had deep crimson red hair, and her skin was not white like jade, but rather a healthy and sexual wheat color. She wore tight-fitting leather armor. It was unknown what vicious beast this leather came from, the beautiful patterns were naturally engraved into it. Although the vicious beast had died a long time ago, these patterns still emitted faint fluctuations of the laws. This was an indication that the vicious beast had been of a very high level. The tight leather armor was extremely short, revealing her smooth and flat belly and intoxicating navel. It also served to accentuate and bring out her tall and busty twin peaks. On the lower half of her body, she wore a very tight skirt that was made of similar leather. This tight skirt completely followed the curves of her round thighs. Her weapon was a sickle blade. The blade edge shined with a cold light, perfectly fusing together with the deadly and exaggerated curvature of the weapon. The young woman smiled as she looked at Lin Ming, bringing up the sickle blade in her hands. This woman, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. The feeling she gave off was that of a wild leopard, beautiful, vigorous, and yet filled with an explosive force and exotic danger. This woman was far fiercer than the last martial artist he had faced. In the arena, the martial artists of the ancient Phoenix clan also noticed her. That woman seems a bit familiar. Palace Master Lian Jun said from beside Violent Stone. Violent Stone was stunned for some time. Then, he ruefully smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, then she is the daughter of Crimson Strifecloud, the current Crimson Dragon Envoy of the Crimson Light Holy Lands. Her mother should be the daughter of our ancient Phoenix clan's last patriarch, the little princess that had a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. In the past, there were countless pursuers that chased after her, but in the end she was married off to Crimson Strifecloud." As Violent Stone spoke to her, he deeply sighed. Once upon a time, he too had been one of the little princess's suitors. In truth, although the ancient Phoenix clan had married the little princess off to Crimson Strifecloud because of political reasons, it was by no means wronging or harming her. Crimson Strifecloud had been an extraordinary character. With the little princess's background, her beauty, her Phoenix bloodline, and her primordial yin, Crimson Strifecloud would not have treated her coldly. Even so, Violent Stone had always kept this matter in his heart. In his opinion, marrying someone off in exchange for benefits was the sorrow of the weak. No wonder. She really does look like her mother. It's just that her skin color and hair color are different. That coloring should have been inherited from her father. Lian Jin nodded, his expression complex. He didn't think that one day, Lin Ming would battle the daughter of the ancient Phoenix clan's little princess. Not only is her coloring that of her father, but her disposition is also her father's. I can see none of her mother's virtuous grace and gentleness on her. The past Crimson Strifecloud had bronze skin and a full head of red hair. His character was well known to all. And now, his daughter was also the same. "You're the one called Lin Ming? I know you," the red-haired woman said. She actually knew who Lin Ming was. "And you are?" Lin Ming was a bit startled. He wasn't like Nether Limitless, who had rushed straight up to the top 20 ranks of the Divine Seal Decree, causing everyone in the Divine Realm to know of him. Rather, he had finished the preliminaries ranked around 10,000 on the Divine Seal Decree. That shouldn't be a level where everyone would know of him. "My father is Crimson Strifecloud. I heard father say that you defeated the spirit body he left behind in the ancient Phoenix clan's illusionary god combat array. Is that right?" Lin Ming froze for a moment. This was actually Crimson Strifecloud's daughter. Wasn't this a bit too theatrical? He had defeated Crimson Strifecloud and now his daughter had appeared. From the sound of it, this woman had deliberately come here for him. He carefully looked at this young woman in front of him. He could feel the aura of the ancient Phoenix clan from her, and could also feel that she had the ancient Phoenix bloodline. Of course, her bloodline density was much lighter than Yang Littlemoon's. This was the shortcoming of transplanting the ancient Phoenix bloodline. As long as one continued reproducing down generations, the bloodline would become increasingly pale, slowly fading until it finally disappeared. "Your mother is the ancient Phoenix clan's little princess?" When Lin Ming was at Fire Spirit Star, he had also heard the stories. "That's right. But my mother is a weak woman. Luckily, I am not like her." As the red-haired woman spoke, she stroked the edge of her sickle blade with a single finger before stretching out her tongue and licking the blade. This was an extremely wild and barbaric action, one filled with sex appeal. Lin Ming frowned. He didn't like listening to this woman's words, as if she were disparaging and looking down upon her own mother. "You and I can be considered as having come from the same roots. Are you planning on being my enemy?" In Lin Ming's opinion, if this red-haired woman dared to challenge him, she naturally had the confidence that she could win. Her goal was to use him as a stepping stone to reach the 24th step. For two geniuses who came from the same roots to step on each other to reach the next step, this was a bit too dramatic. The red-haired young woman laughed. "Same roots. You wish. I come from the Crimson Light Holy Lands, a great world king level influence. As for you, you are only from the ancient Phoenix clan, a mere ordinary holy land. How could you say we come from the same roots? The reason I will fight is not because I think highly of you, but because you managed to defeat the spirit body phantom that my father left behind within the illusionary god combat array during his youth. Although you defeated that phantom spirit body, the truth is that it was simply unable to reproduce the true strength of my father during his youth. Moreover, that matter leaves me very uncomfortable. Aren't you just a common martial artist? How could my father possibly lose to you? Thus, I must defeat you," the red-haired woman said as if this was all a matter of course. Her words carried with them an arrogant tone. This was a natural feeling of superiority that one was born with. In fact, many people of Great World King Holy Lands looked down at those from ordinary Holy Lands. In particular, someone like Lin Ming was even more of a commoner than the rest. He was simply the weed amongst the grass. "I see," Lin Ming said, thinking this whole situation a bit funny. "To think that you can still smile, how interesting. It's as if you don't realize what sort of situation you're in. Soon, you won't be able to smile anymore. Before our battle begins, let me tell you something. My talent is the greatest of my father's 100 children, and I am far stronger than he was in his youth. Finally, let me tell you my name so that you may carve it down in your mind. My name is Crimson Wishjade. For Crimson Wishjade to encounter Lin Ming here, it couldn't be called a stroke of fate. Rather, for a peak influence like the Crimson Light Holy Lands, they naturally wouldn't allow their most outstanding disciples to miss out on the first martial meeting. Crimson Wishjade was originally born too early to enter the first martial meeting. However, she entered a time enchantment, and by adjusting the flow of time, she was able to pass several hundred years in just several years. If that's the case, then let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother. Lin Ming extracted the phoenix blood spear. He had always felt a trace of sympathy towards the little princess who was forced to marry into the Crimson Light Holy Lands because of her clan's politics. And now, the little princess's daughter actually took the Crimson Light Holy Lands as her honor and the ancient Phoenix clan as her shame. This left him with a bad taste in his mouth. Teach me. Heh. It seems you want to die. Crimson Wishjade revealed a thick murderous intent. And in the audience, a tall middle-aged man with a full head of red hair was watching this battle. He was Crimson Strifecloud. Little Jade, you really are giving me a headache here. Your character will cause you to suffer a loss sooner or later. I already warned you that Lin Ming isn't simple at all, and I can't even tell how this battle will end up. I don't think that your chances of winning are even 50%, and yet you are actually so full of confidence, Crimson Strifecloud sighed. Currently, Lin Ming was countless times more powerful than he was in the past when he had rushed through the illusionary god combat array. However, Lin Ming's opponent was also powerful. In the past, the Crimson Strifecloud within the illusionary god combat array was only at the 8th stage of life destruction, but the current Crimson Wishjade was at the late Divine Sea realm. This was also the reason that she was so confident. If a late Divine Sea martial artist couldn't defeat an early Divine Sea martial artist, then that was truly shameful. Chapter 1240, Absolute Suppression. Chapter 1240, Absolute Suppression. Although you are only from an ordinary Holy Land background, I will fight you with everything I have from the start. I will carve into your heart the glory of the Crimson Light Holy Lands. I will defeat you with my greatest strength so that you can understand the disparity between us. As Crimson Wishjade spoke, red scales began to appear on her face. Her hair grew longer and even her body grew taller. Her long and slender legs filled with strength. Once this strength erupted, even a piece of divine iron that could forge a spirit artifact would be easily kicked in half. This is the Crimson Light family's unique bloodline, Scorching Blood. A violent stone grimly said from within the audience. In the divine realm, there were many families that had their own bloodline inheritances. The Scorching Blood bloodline, capable of making one's blood burn like fire. Although it was inferior to the ancient Phoenix bloodline in quality, it won in density. The Scorching Blood bloodline could be inherited even without reducing the density. Through screening over numerous generations, their bloodline became stronger. This was a seal carved into their very genetics that could not be changed. As for the ancient Phoenix clan, their Phoenix bloodline was only transplanted after birth. The degree of their hereditary transmission was much lower, and the amount of Phoenix blood they could transplant was also lower, because high-quality Phoenix blood was simply far too precious. Who? Crimson Wishjade's body ignited with monstrous waves of flames. The Crimson Light World King family also focused on fire-based abilities. This was the reason Crimson Strifecloud married the ancient Phoenix clan's little princess in the past. Little Jade, although her words are a bit too arrogant, she does have the capabilities to fight him. At least she isn't blindly underestimating him. Maybe she can win. In the audience, Crimson Strifecloud whispered to himself. He was aware of Crimson Wishjade's complete strength. But, as for where the limits of Lin Ming's strength lay, he didn't know at all. Victory or defeat would depend on how much Lin Ming's strength surpassed his imagination. At this time, on the 23rd step of the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming was facing Crimson Wishjade, who was fully displaying her Scorching Blood bloodline. He faintly smiled and said, You want me to understand the disparity between us, but I fear that you may be mistaken in just who is weaker and who is stronger. What shameless boasting! A disciple of an ordinary holy land is actually so arrogant. I will show you just what happens to people like you. Crimson Wishjade raised her sickle blade up high. At this time, the phantom of an immortal firelord appeared behind her. The power of scorching blood swelled up as a conflagration of flames rose upwards, galloping forwards like a rushing army. Raging flames spread throughout the surrounding area. On the relatively quiet 23rd step, such an explosive battle was extremely eye-catching. It had to be known that the entire 23rd step was covered with an immense Empyrean pressure. The weaker martial artists weren't even able to display 30% of their full strength. It was impossible for them to release such a massive attack. Crimson Flame Domain. This is the Crimson Flame Domain. There were many types of fire domains. The one that Crimson Wishjade used now was the Crimson Flame Domain. It was much stronger than the Blue Lotus Domain. This sort of domain was intrinsically fused into the scorching bloodline of the Crimson Light family. As monstrous flames burned into the skies, the entire audience and all the martial artists on the 23rd step turned towards them. This was a battle between two great powerhouses. Millimeter. Someone is using the Crimson Flame Domain, and it's a woman too. I think she should be the extreme genius being raised in the Crimson Light Holy Lands and also the peak master of the Crimson Light world. Her opponent is Lin Ming. On the spirit boat floating in front of the Divine Seal altar, the two hosts shouted out with gusto. They had looked over the information of all the participants here, thus they knew most of the geniuses and where they came from. They had originally no longer bothered with Lin Ming, but now, Lin Ming caught their attention once again. Many of those in the audience also noticed them. Then, Crimson Wishjade attacked. Her sickle blade slashed down. In that moment, Crimson Wishjade seemed to fuse with the phantom firelord behind her. The Crimson Flame Domain expanded outwards, enveloping the entire battlefield. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and swept it outward. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. In a battle of fire laws against fire laws, a towering blue lotus rose into the air. A brilliant blue beam of fire shot straight out. However, as this beam of fire hurtled towards Crimson Wishjade's blade light, the beam of fire suddenly slowed down as if there was a tremendous amount of resistance. On the other hand, Crimson Wishjade's sickle blade seemed to speed up with overwhelming momentum, making one's heart race. My Crimson Flame Domain can gather all fire element heaven and earth origin energy without needing to use any true essence. It is capable of ruling over all flames in this world. For you to use the fire laws to battle with me is simply seeking your own death. Crimson Wishjade coldly sneered. Her saber light suddenly split into thousands of little wisps. Every wisp of saber light was like a petal of a red lotus. For a time, the entire sky was flooded with countless red lotus petals. It was an incomparably gorgeous scene. Since that's what you think, I will use the fire laws to defeat you. Lin Ming smiled. In terms of the fire laws, regardless of comprehension or utilization, he had never felt weak, especially against his peers. Against them, he was fully confident that he was king. Crimson Wishjade had the Crimson Flame Domain, but as for him, he had a transcendent divine might. Moreover, Lin Ming had already comprehended the 5th level concept of the fire laws, virtual fire. This was a boundary that ordinary geniuses could never hope to match. As Crimson Wishjade rushed towards him, from within Lin Ming's inner world, the heretical god seedling indignantly spread out. The power of fire rushed out like a tide, the heretical god force opened to the limit. In that instant, on top of Lin Ming's spear light, the phantom of a divine tree seemed to appear. This phantom only appeared for a brief instant, but in this instant, Lin Ming's spear light became several times sharper. Even the fire laws between the heavens and earth seemed to be influenced by this and twist around. The fire origin energy around Crimson Wishjade that rushed towards him like a surging tide was suddenly cut apart and controlled by Lin Ming. Peng peng peng. In the split moment when the divine tree phantom appeared, those thousands of red lotus petals that fluttered in the skies were all destroyed as if they had been scorched to nothing. Within the Crimson Flame Domain, All of the wildfire origin energy there was controlled by Lin Ming. What? Crimson Wishjade was shocked. She had never encountered such a scene before. In a battle of martial artists that used the same laws, the one that was able to use their comprehension of laws to control the heaven and earth origin energy could directly suppress the other. Crimson Wishjade's perception was extremely high to begin with, and she had also inherited the Crimson Light family's burning blood bloodline as well as Phoenix bloodline from her mother, who possessed the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. To her, the ancient Phoenix bloodline was the finishing touch upon her own bloodline. After comprehending the Crimson Flame domain, she was even more confident that no one could challenge her in the aspect of fire laws. But now, she was the one being suppressed by Lin Ming. Crimson Flame domain, completely open. In that instant, brilliant golden rays of light shot out from all over Crimson Wishjade's body. The skin of her body turned a deep fiery red. She had activated her scorching bloodline to the limit. As Lin Ming faced Crimson Wishjade giving her all, he merely swept his spear out. Crack! Lin Ming shouted out loud. All of the surrounding fire origin energy was swept up by Lin Ming's spear. A giant tear formed in Crimson Wishjade's Crimson Flame domain. Lin Ming strode into the Crimson Flame domain. At this time, he was like a war god descended to the world, unstoppable and indestructible. As he walked forwards, every single bit of fire origin energy gathered to him. There was even some fire origin energy that manifested into spiritual flame beings. There were fire crows, fire kirins, fire wolves, and so forth. All of these beings surrounded Lin Ming, bowing to him, worshipping him. This was a phenomenon that occurred when one comprehended the fire laws to an exceedingly high degree, capable of ruling over the world. Faintly, behind Lin Ming, the phantom of a divine tree appeared. It took root in the endless inferno of flames. It rose higher and higher, growing into a towering tree. Within this sea of flames, a divine tree was born. This phenomenon was seen by all present, but no one knew what it meant. This is. Within the divine seal altar, the grey-robed old man was watching all of this happen. He paid particular attention to this divine tree. The grey-robed old man was extremely interested in Lin Ming. He didn't think it was strange if Lin Ming knew a transcendent divine might, but the key point was that he didn't know of the heretical god force. The divine realm had existed for countless billions of years. Before ancient times, there were even more ancient times, continuing all the way back until the creation of the universe. In all this time, there was an untold number of Empyreans that had appeared. And among these Empyreans, many of them had created their own transcendent divine might. Of these transcendent divine mights, 90% of them had been lost to time. But there was a small number that had been preserved. These were located all over the divine realm or in some unknown ancient mystic realms. Sometimes, these mystic realms weren't dangerous at all. After all, far too long a time had passed. Any powerful array formation would have weakened or even vanished, and any formidable guardian beast would have exhausted its lifespan and died. To obtain the transcendent divine mights located in these mystic realms, it depended on one's luck and not strength. The grey-robed old man had an extraordinary degree of experience, but even he didn't know every single transcendent divine might. There was no one that could accomplish such a feat. Moreover, many transcendent divine mights had special peculiarities. For instance, the heretical god force was not an offensive transcendent divine might but an auxiliary arcane skill. Even if one saw the towering divine tree that rose in the boundless sea of fire behind Lin Ming, it was impossible for them to judge whether or not this phenomenon originated from an arcane skill, cultivation method, special physique, or bloodline. How interesting. I wonder just where this young boy comes from. The grey-robed old man muttered to himself. This little baby girl can't even force out his true strength. Luckily, there are some other nice talented brats ahead of her. If they fight Lin Ming, I should be able to see some more. At this time, on the 23rd step of the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming had already rushed towards the front of Crimson Wishjade. All of the surrounding fire origin energy was swept up around him, all of it under his control. Crimson Wishjade's pupils shrank. Her Crimson Flame domain had actually been ripped open. Not just that, but within her own domain, He was actually able to grasp complete control of the fire laws and suppress her. Lin Ming is actually this strong. In the audience, Hua Violentstone was extremely shocked. Even though Crimson Wishjade had such immense talent, she was still completely surpassed in a battle against Lin Ming. This was something he had never imagined from the start. After all, they hadn't seen Lin Ming's performance in the preliminaries, they had only seen the change in his merit points. One's merit points and one's true combat strength were two different matters. Otherwise, the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting would have been simply settled with a ranking of merit points. Lin Ming ignored this all. From between his eyebrows, the blood of the ancient phoenix burnt, emitting a flaming golden light. Since he said he would use the fire laws to defeat Crimson Wishjade, he naturally wouldn't use his body transformation technique or the thunder laws. In Lin Ming's view, Crimson Wishjade was merely a peak talent of a great world king Holy Land. As for the Crimson Light Holy Lands, they were only from a third-order world. Crimson Wishjade likely couldn't even compare with Wu Final Cloud, who came from the true martial Great World, a second-order world. Chapter 1241, Too Shameless. Chapter 1241, Too Shameless. Who? A spear swept out. The Crimson Flame domain was ripped apart like a flimsy piece of paper. Lin Ming's spear swept towards Crimson Wishjade's waist. Clang! Crimson Wishjade pulled up her sickle blade, wanting to block this spear. The sickle blade was known for being a strange and tricky weapon that was hard to defend against. In terms of meeting other weapons in a head-on collision though, it was inferior to the sword. If this were a direct melee, then Crimson Wishjade would naturally suffer a loss. She felt her arms shake, her hands turn numb, and her entire body was thrown backwards. Lin Ming stepped forwards, using golden rock shattering the void to instantly close the distance between them. His spear came pounding down once more. Clang! 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 With another violent and fierce impact, Crimson Wishjade's arm went numb and her hand turned red with blood. However, Lin Ming's attacks came in a ruthless and aggressive barrage, simply not giving her any chance to counterattack. Her high comprehension of the fire laws had been completely suppressed by the heretical god seedling. Her Crimson Flame domain was torn open by Lin Ming. Her tricky and unpredictable sickle skills were forced down by Lin Ming's melee assault, rendering her incapable of displaying her abilities. This was omnidirectional suppression. As everyone looked at this battle, they were left speechless. According to the hosts, this Crimson Wishjade was likely the peak genius of a great world, so how could she be suppressed so miserably? Is Lin Ming actually this strong? His opponent is a peak character of the Crimson Light world. Didn't I hear that Lin Ming was ranked around 10,000 on the Divine Seal Decree? Even around 10,000 is extremely fierce. Moreover, the Divine Seal Decree rankings don't represent one's true strength. This is far too fierce. He's able to maintain such a brutal onslaught of attacks on the Divine Seal Altar's 23rd step, as if he isn't being suppressed at all. Everyone could see that the Lin Ming in front of them was far more formidable than Crimson Wishjade. As for where his true strength lay, it was difficult to say. Lin Ming, how could he grow so quickly? Crimson Strife Cloud grimly said, finding this unbelievable. Back in the past, when Lin Ming had defeated his 8th stage life destruction avatar with a 7th stage life destruction cultivation, his talent hadn't been much greater. His daughter Crimson Wishjade also had a similar level of talent. But now, the disparity was far too great. On the center of the battlefield, Crimson Wishjade was crazily shouting, "Remember me. One day I will burn you to ash." Crimson Wishjade screamed. This was not so much a threat but an expression of her shame and anger. Her arrogance had been foisted upon her since she was a child, growing all this time. Her father was a high-level figure of the Crimson Light Holy Lands, and she also possessed the ancient Phoenix bloodline and the Scorching Blood bloodline. Her talent was amazing, thus she had always had the right to be proud and rampant. If your strength matched how arrogant you were, then I would let you burn me as you wish. But what a pity, you don't have this ability. Lin Ming's spear swept out once more, breaking through Crimson Wishjade's sickle blade light and continuing to sweep towards her. In the semifinals, killing another participant was prohibited. Lin Ming simply avoided Crimson Wishjade's vital points and instead swept his spear up to her butt. The flames were overwhelming, unstoppable. Crimson Wishjade's face flushed red. She brought her sickle blade cutting down, but even if her hand wasn't injured as it was, she still wouldn't be able to block Lin Ming's spear light. Peng! Her protective true essence stopped the phoenix blood spear for the briefest moment before collapsing to nothing. Lin Ming's spear continued onwards and smacked onto her butt. By not using the spear edge and only using the spear shaft, the spear was not dissimilar to a large stick. Crimson Wishjade miserably screamed. She felt a burning pain on her ass as flames burnt up her skirt. As the flames burned up her body, Crimson Wishjade began to panic. The fabric of her skirt was made from the hide of a 10,000-year fire rhino. Its durability was equal to a top-grade saint artifacts. Even so, it wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Ming's continued attacks. With just a few strikes it would definitely be damaged. At that time, once her skirt was torn apart, it would be unimaginable for her naked buttocks to be exposed to the world. In the audience, everyone was shocked. Crimson Wishjade's skirt had a clear black mark on it. A dignified genius of the Crimson Light Holy Lands, a proud daughter of heaven, had actually been spanked on the butt by someone else. I'll kill you. Crimson Wishjade turned absolutely crazy. This was simply the shame of her life. In front of billions of people, her butt had been struck by a man. This was only a scene that would occur when a parent was punishing a child. Moreover, she was a child that had always been coddled. Since when had she ever been treated like this, especially under the gazes of so many people? She recalled Lin Ming's words. She remembered that he said he would teach her a lesson on behalf of her mother. In that instant, a raging fire erupted in Crimson Wishjade's heart. She was crazy with anger. Today's matters would certainly spread out and become a great joke to everyone. Even if she were to become a master of the Crimson Light Holy Lands in the future, today's events would still be privately spoken about. Even her opponents would use these events to mock her. This was a shame she would never be able to wash herself of. I will rip you to shreds. Crimson Wishjade plunged towards Lin Ming like a wild cat. However, it was impossible to overcome the absolute disparity in strength between them. Lin Ming's spear crushed through her sickle blade light and continued smashing towards her butt. As Crimson Wishjade saw this brilliant spear light, she cried out in alarm, "Peng!" This strike was even heavier than the last. With a scream, she was sent flying backward. But Lin Ming continued chasing after her. The truth was that as soon as Crimson Wishjade admitted defeat, this fight would be over. But she stubbornly didn't open her mouth to speak these words, because admitting defeat of her own volition was also shameful. Lin Ming instantly arrived in front of Crimson Wishjade, about to bring his long spear down on her once more. But at this time, a trace of pleading appeared in Crimson Wishjade's angry eyes. She was frightened. If Lin Ming were to hit her again, then her skirt would really be torn apart. Even if she were to use fire energy to form a skirt, that skirt wouldn't be as tough as the fire rhino leather skirt. It was impossible for her to block the naked image that everyone would see. At this time, an angry and vigorous voice rang out, "Enough." In that instant, a red shadow flew up from the audience, flying straight towards the Divine Seal altar. A massive wave of energy came crashing down. Lin Ming found it impossible to raise his phoenix blood spear, as if he had been stuck in a block of iron. Millimeter? Lin Ming frowned. He turned to see a tall red-haired middle-aged man floating a few 100,000 feet away. This person had a similar aura to the Crimson Strife Cloud in the illusionary God Combat Array. It was clearly the true Crimson Strife Cloud. At this time, Crimson Strife Cloud's face was gloomy. Although he also hoped that Crimson Wishjade would suffer a small loss, it was definitely not in this manner. No father wanted their daughter to receive such humiliation. "Daddy." Crimson Wishjade's nose stung. She vented all of the anger and sorrow in her heart. "Daddy, kill him for me. Turn him into ash. Burn him. Kill him. Enough." Crimson Strife Cloud angrily shouted, "Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough with your loss? If you are weaker than others, then what else can you say by being insulted like this? I already warned you, do not be arrogant. Do not be conceited." Just as Crimson Strife Cloud's voice fell, a figure emerged from thin air in front of Crimson Strife Cloud. This person's aura was even more formidable than Crimson Strife Cloud's, his strength like a constant weight atop Crimson Strife Cloud's head. This person floated high in the air, overlooking Crimson Strife Cloud. He said without any feeling in his voice, "This is the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. All non-related personnel are prohibited from entering the martial field, otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." This person was the direct disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe, Xiao Dao Child. As a World King powerhouse and also an Empyrean descendant, even if the Crimson Light World King were to come here himself, Xiao Dao Child wouldn't care for him at all, much less a mere Crimson Strife Cloud. Whether it was status or strength, Crimson Strife Cloud was far inferior to Xiao Dao Child. "I apologize, Senior Xiao Dao Child. This junior will immediately withdraw." Facing Xiao Dao Child, Crimson Strife Cloud was extremely humble. Even the Crimson Light Holy Lands was only the holy lands of a third-order world. In front of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, they weren't anything at all. "Daddy, Crimson Wishjade nearly fell into a bout of tears. She didn't want to stay on this Divine Seal altar anymore, she had lost far too much face. Crimson Strife Cloud's expression was ice cold as he said, "Compete honestly and fairly for me. With your strength, you should be able to pass. If you cannot pass through these semifinals, then I will punish you with 100 years of confinement. As for today's matters, consider this your lesson. And also," Crimson Strife Cloud turned to Lin Ming, "Boy, you remember what happened today." Crimson Strife Cloud said these words and then flew away. In truth, his last few words were only to maintain his own face. He simply couldn't do anything to Lin Ming at all. With Lin Ming's strength, he would surely blossom into splendor in this first martial meeting. There would be no way he could move against him. In the audience, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all shocked speechless as they saw this. "This boy is too shameless." Violent Stone gulped. Then, he suddenly guffawed, "But I like it. Those 2 strikes were well done. I've long disliked the Crimson Light Holy Lands. As for that little harlot, mercilessly beating her ass in public is what she deserves." These words were privately spoken to all around him. As Fairy Feng and Lianjun heard him, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 1242, Rapid Drop in Numbers. Chapter 1242, Rapid Drop in Numbers. Lin Ming and Crimson Wishjade's battle was the most intense fight to erupt on the Divine Seal altar so far, and also the highest level showdown. Everyone was watching it. As for Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword, after they defeated their opponents, they didn't immediately climb up to the 24th step. Instead, they stopped for a moment to look at Lin Ming's battle. "Interesting." Nether Limitless smiled. Then, he turned and began to climb up. Bloodless Sword also began climbing up to the 24th step. In their eyes, Lin Ming was only worth paying some attention to, but he wasn't a great worry. As for the other participants, they weren't able to remain so calm. The pressure that Lin Ming placed on them was far too great. What a terrifying fellow. He's impossible to defeat. Originally just characters like Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and Dragon Fang were able to leave us gasping for breath, but now this dark horse Lin Ming has come from nowhere. How can we still live? If any of us aren't careful, then we'll be ruined. Of the martial artists present, 99% of them didn't have any confidence in facing Lin Ming. "This fellow is quite skilled. Isn't he a participant from your true martial world? He doesn't seem like a disciple from your true martial holy lands." Near Wu Final Cloud, a black-clothed swordsman with vibrant green hair said. "He isn't." Wu Final Cloud frowned. He didn't like to speak about Lin Ming. To him, Lin Ming was his shame. "Indeed. Well, if such a person existed in your true martial holy lands, I would have known about him already. Brother Final Cloud, aren't you the big brother of the true martial world? While that Dragon Fang is a character that can't be provoked, it seems even this Lin Ming is going to outshine you soon. Do you plan on doing anything?" In the eyes of that green-haired youth, Crimson Wishjade was simply a martial artist from a third-order world. She was naturally weaker than Wu Final Cloud. Wu Final Cloud and Lin Ming should be able to fight for some time. But what he didn't know was that Wu Final Cloud had already been defeated by Lin Ming. This battle had occurred in the divine dream world and it couldn't be seen by outsiders. Who cares? If someone overshadows me, then I'm supposed to challenge them. Do I look like an idiot to you? Wu Final Cloud responded. The green-haired martial artist thought that this response didn't suit the normally haughty and arrogant Wu Final Cloud. Are you admitting that you aren't his match? The green-haired martial artist thought something was a bit strange. In his opinion, it was natural for Wu Final Cloud to avoid Dragon Fang. As for Lin Ming, although he was able to defeat Crimson Wishjade, they should still be on par with each other. But now that he listened to Wu Final Cloud's words, it seemed that he may have lost to Lin Ming before. I don't need you to worry about me. You do what you want, it's not my problem. Wu Final Cloud no longer spoke. He turned around to climb up the 24th step. He wasn't an idiot. If he knew that he would be suppressed by Lin Ming, why would he bother making such jokes? He believed that in that fight just now, Lin Ming hadn't even displayed half of his strength. Wu Final Cloud even had a creeping suspicion that if Lin Ming were to fight with Dragon Fang, Bloodless Sword, or so on, it was still a mystery who was weaker and who was stronger. Against such a freak, anyone that encountered him would be in for a bout of bad luck. He couldn't avoid him fast enough. As for the green-haired swordsman that just spoke, Wu Final Cloud hoped that he would bump into Lin Ming and experience some suffering himself. This was simply how people were. After suffering a loss and also knowing that he wouldn't be able to win in the future, he also hoped that others would do what he did and eat defeat. Wu Final Cloud climbed towards the 24th level. With his strength, as long as he didn't encounter the freakish powerhouses here and steadily continued upwards, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to pass the semifinals. Amazing. After being low-key for such a long time, Lin Ming actually defeated Crimson Wishjade in a single fell swoop. Crimson Wishjade is amongst the greatest geniuses to appear in the Crimson Light Holy Land. Moreover, he also easily defeated her. It seems that Lin Ming had been intentionally saving his strength. The two twin hosts shouted from above a spirit boat. They certainly didn't know that Lin Ming was being deliberately probed by someone as he fought the spirit bodies. Senior apprentice Brother Lin has defeated the highest-ranking martial artist from the Crimson Light Holy Lands. Moreover, he did it so easily. On the 21st step, Yang Little Moon was shocked as she heard this. Because of where she was, she hadn't been able to see Lin Ming's battle at all. The Crimson Light Holy Lands was the ruling power of the Crimson Light World, the great world where the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters were located. To the ancient Phoenix clan, that untouchable mountain known as the Crimson Light Holy Lands had actually been defeated by Lin Ming. Yang Little Moon felt this was a bit unbelievable. All of the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan began loudly cheering in unison. Senior apprentice Brother Lin is too dashing. Haha. Well fought. This feels great. Our ancient Phoenix clan can finally hold our heads up with pride. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all extremely excited. The Crimson Light Holy Lands had always been a pressure on them, and none of them had ever even thought about pushing back. But now, Lin Ming had done so, and he had done so amazingly. He had truly and honestly swept away the Crimson Light Holy Land. How could they not feel amazing about such domineering aggression? On the 24th step, the number of martial artists in the first group had been reduced by over half again. Now there were only around 1,600 people. Even after meditating and resting for 2 hours, only another 200 to 300 more people climbed up. From the start, those that won in the first group were able to climb up to the 24th step. But, these waves of participants behind them, even if they won their matches, weren't necessarily able to climb up to the 24th step. After being defeated by powerhouses on the 23rd step, some people simply weren't able to continue. Although the Divine Seal Altar's artifact spirit had healed their wounds, they still weren't able to restore their exhausted energy. Even though one could be defeated 4 times, just a single defeat would have a very great influence on their following results. On the 24th step, Lin Ming sat down. The area 1,000 feet around him had actually become empty. The people nearby were all staring at him with some fear in their eyes. This was a type of treatment that only universally acknowledged monstrous geniuses like Dragon Fang and Bloodless Sword receive. Now, with the strength Lin Ming had displayed so far, he had been recognized as a top 10 master of these semifinals. Ha ha ha. No one is daring to approach senior apprentice brother Lin. All those losers that were stupid enough to think of stirring up some trouble with senior apprentice brother Lin Ming are now hiding from him. How fierce. Too fierce. There are only 10 people in total that can enjoy such treatment. But among them, senior apprentice brother Lin has the lowest cultivation. To sit alone on the divine seal altar and have everyone give him 1,000-foot berth, that was indeed the loneliness of a top master. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan all began to cheer out loud for Lin Ming. The battles of the 24th step were about to begin. There were now just under 1,900 martial artists on the 24th step. The ones that were still down under basically wouldn't be able to climb up anymore. Once these 1,900 people fought, less than half of them would be able to climb to the 25th step. Lin Ming stood up. The martial artists around him immediately tensed, their minds tightening as if they stood on needles. There were even some martial artists that began stepping backwards. And at this time, Lin Ming moved. His speed was extremely fast. With a single step, he arrived in front of a small martial artist. This martial artist only came up to Lin Ming's chest. Compared to a normal man, he was a bit shorter. There was some fur on his face, making him seem like a short-furred monkey. This was clearly the manifestation of some special bloodline trait. As this monk-like martial artist saw Lin Ming, he nearly bit his tongue in surprise. Shit, how can my luck be so bad? He had been so far away and yet this evil star had eyed him. He had wanted to run further away. The problem was that there was even more freakish monsters that occupied this step and he would eventually have to bump into one or two of them. Especially that nether limitless. That fellow completely didn't read the mood, instead randomly fighting someone far or near with a seemingly random pattern. If one was chosen by those dozen-plus peak powerhouses, they could only blame their bad luck. Hold on. Great hero, stay your hand. Just as Lin Ming rushed forwards, that little fellow shouted out. His voice was sharp and extremely grating, similar to the howling of a monkey. Millimeter? Lin Ming slowed down. The little fellow sadly laughed for a moment before saying, "You don't need to do anything. I'll make my own exit out of here." The little fellow immediately turned around and ran to the cliff of the 24th step. Without further ado, he jumped straight down. As Lin Ming saw this, he was left speechless. Was this okay? The truth was that admitting defeat of one's own volition was much better than being beaten up and defeated. The Divine Seal altar was a protracted war. Regardless of it being climbing to the next step or battling other participants, all of this consumed a massive amount of strength. Moreover, this exhaustion would accumulate over time at a perpetually increasing rate. There were many people that were mainly eliminated not because they were defeated 5 times or because they couldn't withstand the Empyrean pressure. Rather, they squandered their strength, and after exhausting their strength, they took pills to recover. Because this caused the true essence within their bodies to become chaotic and mixed up, they weren't able to display even half of their strength. They were thus naturally eliminated due to this. So, on the 24th step, Lin Ming won by default. On the 25th step, his opponent admitted defeat once more. The ones that admitted defeat were not just Lin Ming's opponents, but also Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and Dragon Fang's opponent. The number of participants decreased again. On the 26th step, there were less than 500 people remaining. Of the original 300,000 people, only this many were left over. However, not all of these 500 people were able to pass. In the semifinal region where Lin Ming was located, only 300 people would be able to finally pass the semifinals. These 300 people would be selected from whomever was able to climb the highest. Those that reached a similar level would be prioritized based on how much time they took. Thus, for many participants, even though they knew they might step on some mine if they followed the first group, they still grit their teeth and continued upwards with them, all in order to save time. For ones like Yang Little Moon and Dragon 1, although they hadn't yet been eliminated, it was impossible for them to pass the semifinals. Without a doubt, 99% of those that passed these semifinals would originate from these 500 people. As for the others, They might have encountered a storm of bad luck that made them bump into monstrous geniuses again and again. Even so, they would continue climbing later until they reached the top 300. On the 26th step, the pressure rose once again. The rivers of heaven and earth origin energy had become much thinner on the 26th step. But the Empyrean pressure had increased to the point that it was like a continuous waterfall crashing down on them. Moreover, the higher one went, the stronger the pressure was. How is this possible? I can't climb up any more. Halfway to the 26th step, a martial artist had reached his limit. Every step he took was extremely difficult. All this time, I've defeated every opponent, and I've also maintained my position in the first group, but I actually can't climb up any more. The martial artist grit his teeth and desperately struggled to stay on. However, the massive pressure continued to crash into him. Finally, his hands slipped and he fell from that massive cliff. This was the first time that someone from the first group who had maintained complete victory over his opponents had dropped down because they couldn't withstand the Empyrean pressure. This meant that after every step, more than half of them would be eliminated. For over half of the remaining participants to be eliminated with every step, this rate of elimination was far too terrifying. Before long, the number of people remaining on the Divine Seal altar would be able to be counted with one's hands. At that time, only a few powerhouses such as Lin Ming, Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and Dragon Fang would be remaining. That would be the true battle of the Divine Seal altar. It was unavoidable. Chapter 1243, Loose Tongues Lead to Trouble. Chapter 1243, Loose Tongues Lead to Trouble. Someone from the first group has fallen down. This is too terrifying. These are all top 5 ranked people of their own great world, extraordinary geniuses amongst extraordinary geniuses. Even so, they weren't able to withstand the pressure of the 26th step. When Lin Ming fought Crimson Wishjade, there were around 1900 people competing, each equal to around the top 20 of a great world. Now, with just around 500 participants left, they were all the top 5 ranked geniuses of a great world. If someone from the top 5 couldn't climb up to the 26th step, then the others could forget about it. At the 26th step, and it will become more and more difficult the further they climb, at the last several steps, the difficulty will surely soar to an unimaginable level. Senior Xiao Daochild wasn't joking when he said that it was infinitely hopeless that any of the participants would be able to reach the top. I thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems that there really isn't anyone that will be capable of mounting the summit. In the audience, there were some people that recalled Xiao Daochild's words. Infinitely hopeless, is even Nether Limitless no good? A martial artist from the Demon Dawn Great World asked. In his opinion, Nether Limitless was simply far too fierce. Nether Limitless? It looks like you don't know anything at all. Nether Limitless won't be able to reach even the 32nd step. Within the audience, an old man with thinning white hair spoke up. His words caused some people to glower at him. Just who was this old man to speak as he wished? You ignorant juniors! What do you think the Divine Seal altar is? When Xiao Daochild said that it was infinitely hopeless to reach the top, he was simply being polite. In truth, no one can reach the top. This is not the first time that the Divine Seal altar has been used in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. As the old man spoke, the young elites around him immediately perked up, interested. Are you saying this isn't the first time the Divine Seal altar has been used in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting? When was it used in the past? Suddenly, everyone wanted to hear just how the geniuses of the past First Martial Meetings performed on the Divine Seal altar. The Divine Seal altar was used once 100,000 years ago, and the geniuses from hundreds of great worlds competed on it. I also know that back then, let alone reaching the 33rd step, there wasn't even anyone capable of reaching the 32nd step. At that time, the rules of the competition were that it would only end once all martial artists were swept off the Divine Seal altar. In other words, no one was able to crawl up. So it's like that. There wasn't even anyone able to reach the 32nd step. Isn't that a bit too abnormal? Everyone suddenly realized that if this were true, then it was impossible to reach the summit of the Divine Seal altar. At this time, Xiao Daochild was floating atop the divine seal altar, his eyes closed deep in meditation. None of the discussion from the audience was able to affect him. The geniuses of this era are far better than I expected. Only at the 26th step did someone from the first group fall down because they couldn't withstand the empyrean pressure of the divine seal altar. Perhaps there really might be someone that can reach the 32nd step. Xiao Daochild thought to himself. Everything occurring on the divine seal altar was caught within his sense. From the first group, after the first person fell down because they weren't able to resist the pressure of the divine seal altar, in just half an hour, there were several more people that fell down from the 26th step of the divine seal altar. Finally, 478 martial artists were able to climb up the 26th step. As they sat down and adjusted their condition for 2 to 4 hours, several more martial artists reached the top, with Crimson Wishjade included. These people were originally quite strong, but their luck was bad and they encountered extremely strong opponents and thus lost. After Crimson Wishjade reached the 26th step, she didn't speak at all. Rather, she found a secluded location where no one was and hid as far away from Lin Ming as she could. After these several martial artists joined, no one else was able to reach the 26th step. From the 4 God-Beast clans, Yang Little Moon and Dragon One were also eliminated. Although there were still people struggling on the lower steps, it was impossible for them to pass the semifinals. In other words, the 300 participants that would enter the finals would originate from these 490-some people. After winning here, it was possible that they would pass and enter the finals. But once they lost, not only would they fall a level, but they would fall to the 25th step and struggle to return to the 26th step. Even after that, they would have to battle the martial artists that were eliminated from the 27th step to continue advancing. To lose here would mean a bitter struggle. As the battle was about to break out, many participants had dignified expressions on their faces. This was a battle that would affect their future achievements. I choose you will be my opponent. Lin Ming arrived in front of a martial artist. This martial artist was Wu Finalcloud's friend, the green-haired swordsman who had prodded Wu Finalcloud into challenging Lin Ming. After receiving Lin Ming's challenge, the green-haired swordsman had an extremely peculiar expression. Beside him, Wu Finalcloud was watching all this with a happy heart, gloating over it. Although they considered each other as friends, this was simply friendly on the surface. You deserve what you get. Wu Finalcloud thought in this heart, all you do is swagger around like an idiot, but let's see just how you'll be arrogant now. You should just sit down and take the beating. If you can win, I'll walk backwards from now on. The green-haired swordsman's face darkened. He suspected that Lin Ming somehow knew what he discussed with Wu Finalcloud, otherwise how could this be such a coincidence? Loose tongues lead to trouble. Shit, I really stepped in it this time. The green-haired swordsman thought, filled with so much regret that his intestines were turning green. He had a sneaking suspicion that Wu Finalcloud had already lost to Lin Ming. If so, then obtaining victory here was impossible, because his own strength was faintly inferior to Wu Finalcloud's. Brother Finalcloud, could you tell me whether or not you fought with Lin Ming before? The green-haired swordsman asked with a true essence sound transmission. He regretted not thoroughly investigating some information on Lin Ming before this. The main reason was because Lin Ming's ending ranking in the preliminaries wasn't too high, thus he didn't care about him. Otherwise, if he inquired about the participants of the true martial great world, it wouldn't be difficult to find out that Wu Finalcloud had lost to Lin Ming. If Wu Finalcloud had really lost, then there was no need for him to run face-on into a wall. He might as well just admit defeat and conserve his strength. Wu Finalcloud scoffed at the green-haired swordsman's question. He suppressed his gloating expression from showing on his face and asked instead, Ju Hong, didn't you also try to provoke me to challenge Lin Ming before this? My strength is similar to yours, so if Lin Ming is coming to challenge you now, why would you just admit defeat like this? Hearing this, the green-haired swordsman's complexion turned increasingly ugly. Wu Finalcloud simply wasn't going to reveal anything. Regardless of what happened between Wu Finalcloud and Lin Ming, the green-haired swordsman still found himself unwilling to just admit defeat like this. The green-haired swordsman was also the top-ranked master of a second-order great world. Moreover, Even if he lost to Lin Ming, he was still confident that he could pass the semifinals. Just because you don't say anything, don't think I'm too afraid to fight him. The green-haired swordsman coldly coughed and then turned towards Lin Ming. He grit his teeth and said, "Others may fear you, but I do not. Do you think I'm some noodle that you can just pinch around as you please? I will have you regret the choice you made in choosing me." The green-haired swordsman suddenly extracted his sword and pointed it towards Lin Ming. From the audience, disciples from his sect suddenly burst into cheers. "Senior apprentice Brother Ju, you can do it. You can win. You have to win. Senior apprentice Brother Ju's sword can rule the world." This green-haired swordsman clearly came from a great world king Holy Land, and the number of relatives and friends and fellow disciples he had was enormous. There were several thousand people in attendance. Even a peak Holy Land like the ancient Phoenix clan wasn't able to obtain so many admission tickets. With the green-haired swordsman facing such a dangerous enemy, he stepped forwards and released all of his sword potential, creating a sword domain. A sharp energy cut through the air, whistling. This sort of sword domain was completely galvanized by a martial artist's own sword potential, allowing one's sword potential to naturally form sword energies. If a martial artist with insufficient cultivation were to be enveloped in this sword domain, they would be instantly killed by the chaotic and wild sword energy. Even stronger opponents would be influenced. They would have no choice but to divert their attention into defense. That's the sword domain. Senior apprentice Brother Ju immediately used his sword domain. Senior apprentice Brother Ju is serious this time. This is going to be a fierce battle between two rivals. That Lin Ming is indeed fierce, but I believe in senior apprentice Brother Ju. People only knew of their own things. These weaker core disciples with less talent found it hard to distinguish who was weaker and stronger amongst these peak geniuses. They simply didn't know where the limit of Ju Hong's strength lay. They only knew that their senior apprentice Brother Ju was fierce. As these disciples saw the sword domain, they were all inexplicably excited. Then, they only heard a loud explosive sound as an incomparably dense spear light cut through the skies and ripped apart that sword domain. Their cheers were immediately dampened by over half. That vaunted sword domain was broken just like that. In the audience, all of Ju Hong's friends and relatives and fellow disciples weren't able to react at all. At this time, Lin Ming has already grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and rushed into the sword domain. His spear light covered his body, tearing apart all of that massive amount of sword energy. The long spear swept out. The green-haired martial artist shouted out loud and all of that sword light fell downwards like a river of stars, overwhelming and dazzling. As a top master of a great world, this green-haired swordsman was indeed talented. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In that wild and savage collision, Lin Ming and the green-haired swordsman exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Although the scene was intense, the truth was that Lin Ming steadily gained the upper hand. Every single spear light he sent out would crush apart 3 or 4 of the green-haired swordsman's sword lights. Heart of the sword. After being suppressed to the limit by Lin Ming's spear light, the green-haired swordsman brought back his sword and then suddenly stabbed it outwards. The sword light formed a thin line that thrust straight towards Lin Ming's chest. This sort of highly compressed sword light was not just extremely sharp but also ridiculously quick. It was almost impossible to guard against. If one's strength was lacking, they would be instantly defeated by this sword light. However, no matter how sharp the green-haired swordsman's sword light was, Lin Ming's spear light was far too turbulent and fierce. He opened the 8 inner hidden gates and the heretical god force and then thrust out his spear. With a loud ringing sound, the heart of the sword that the green-haired swordsman shot out collapsed. Lin Ming's spear light continued downwards like a falling mountain. Bang! The Phoenix Blood Spear heavily crashed into the divine seal altar. This was an Empyrean spirit treasure, thus it was unmarred. If this was a mountain or river, then this spear strike would have caused a massive avalanche and the earth itself to give way. The green-haired swordsman was sent flying backwards by the violent shockwave. Before he could stabilize himself, an alarm went off in his mind. He suddenly shifted to the side. However, it was too late. A wisp of spear light scratched past his shoulder, tearing through his protective true essence and causing blood to rain down. You still want to play around? Lin Ming stared at the green-haired swordsman. You are ruthless. The green-haired swordsman looked at Lin Ming and then gnashed out several words. I admit defeat. Well fought. Lin Ming said, putting away his spear. Chapter 1244, 15 people. Chapter 1244, 15 people. Wu Final Cloud, I'll remember this. The green-haired swordsman cast one last indignant look at Wu Final Cloud before he leapt off the 26th step. As for Wu Final Cloud, he remained calm. He didn't fear this Ju Hong. His background was even slightly superior to Ju Hong's. After all, although the true martial Holy Lands came from a second-order world, they were still an extremely wealthy Holy Land. He even thought that Lin Ming had been too light-handed. As for those that had been cheering for the green-haired swordsman, all of them looked as if they had collapsed. The entire area of his supporters, the several thousands of disciples, had all fallen into a deep and gloomy silence. On the other hand, the ancient Phoenix clan erupted with cheers like a rushing tide, serving as a sharp contrast to them. In these semifinals, the ancient Phoenix clan was nearly one of the loudest cheerers. In addition to them, the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands shouted loudly enough that their voices quaked the heavens. Senior apprentice Brother Lin is too strong. He's invincible. In the midst of these thronging cheers, Lin Ming began to climb up to the 27th step. He was part of the first group to climb up to the 27th step. In front of him was only a small group of people, with Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword included. The 27th step was close to the summit of the Divine Seal Altar. Lin Ming also wanted to know just what step he would be able to reach. It was said that to step onto the summit of the Divine Seal Altar was to step onto the road to divinity. If this was true, then the Divine Seal Altar certainly had its own peculiarities. Although Lin Ming was only climbing onto a replica of the true ancient Divine Seal Altar, he would still be able to take a little sneak glance through some of its mysteries. At the 27th step, the pressure rose once more. The further one ascended the Divine Seal Altar, the greater the pressure was. When Lin Ming had climbed 50,000 feet high, the martial artist still remaining behind also began climbing up the 27th step. Among these people were some that Lin Ming was familiar with. The one in the front was the red-clothed bamboo hat woman. She was the woman with the hoarse voice that he had seen several times in the true martial great world. Her master was a world king and her own talent was amazing. She had defeated her opponents all the way here, but upon climbing to the 27th step, it also seemed as if she couldn't continue going further. Even she can't continue upwards. It will already be quite good if 200 people can reach the 27th step. Lin Ming immediately thought. This meant that as long as one could climb up to the 27th step, they would be able to pass the semifinals. If one couldn't climb to the top of the 27th step, that meant they would have to compete with the martial artists remaining on the 26th step, and those still climbing up from the 25th step, for the remaining quota of around 100 people. There would be several hundred people competing for these spots. Their battles would truly be cold and ruthless. The pressure increased, becoming stronger and stronger at an ever-growing rate. To climb up 100,000 feet in a single go was easier said than done. More and more participants continued to drop. On the 26th step, there were nearly 250 people that had defeated their opponents and earned the qualifications to climb up the 27th step. But, halfway up, there were only 210 participants left. At the end, there were only 202 people that managed to reach the summit of the 27th step. Just climbing up to the 27th step had eliminated nearly a fifth of the victors from the last step. Damn, I've finally made it up. Wu Final Cloud let out a long breath. This Divine Seal Altar was just too freakish. Even with his strength, he found it difficult to climb up. Wu Final Cloud took several great heaving breaths. Then, his face suddenly twisted and his throat spasmed. He looked up to see a pale black-clothed youth with blood-red pupils slowly walking towards him. This black-clothed youth was Nether Limitless. Wu Final Cloud savagely gulped. Wasn't this luck just too horrible? He hoped that Nether Limitless would pass by him, but he saw that his eyes were clearly locked onto him. Can you give me some face? It took a lot for me to climb up here. Wu Final Cloud stammered out, his voice lacking energy. Nether Limitless' complexion was cold as he lightly said, "Are you going down, or shall I deliver you down myself?" Wu Finalcloud's face twisted like a withered pear. He had climbed up with such painstaking effort, and now he was being informed that he would have to climb up once more. Was there anything more depressing than this? I'll go down immediately. At this time, Wu Finalcloud looked at the 100,000-foot cliff behind him and nearly wanted to die. This was the first time he realized just how weak he was, so weak that he didn't even have the courage to resist after being pushed down like this. This was the pity of the poor. It wasn't just Wu Finalcloud, but the opponent that Lin Ming chose also admitted defeat. Even these top-ranked geniuses of great worlds didn't have the ability to contend with Lin Ming. As Nether Limitless saw this, his lips curved up, his smile a bit fiendish. Lin Ming, was it? Lin Ming turned to look at Nether Limitless. You've caught my interest. One fang, one bloodless sword, and you three are able to have me be a bit serious. There's also that purple blade who's quite good. On the 31st or 32nd step, I'm looking forwards to fighting you. That is, if you can climb up that high. Lin Ming grinned. Even if you didn't say anything, I would still fight you sooner or later. In these semifinals, defeating Nether Limitless was one of his goals. Defeating Nether Limitless was his start to defeating Tian Mingzi in the future. Amusing. I hope that you won't disappoint me then. Nether Limitless turned to climb up the 28th step. Lin Ming also began his climb upwards. Against this terrifying Empyrean pressure, the two people still remained as calm as before. Only 202 people had managed to ascend to the summit of the 27th step. It was destined that less than 100 people would make it up the 28th step. On average, there wouldn't even be one martial artist from each great world. There were many great worlds that were completely out of contention already. Those two monstrous geniuses have begun to climb up the 28th step. Dragon Fang and Bloodless Sword have begun their climb up. There's also that purple blade. I wonder who is the strongest amongst them. According to the Divine Seal Decree rankings, the strongest should be Nether Limitless. The Divine Seal Decree rankings do not represent one's true strength. For instance, just look at that Lin Ming. He was ranked around 10,000 on the Divine Seal Decree, but his performance here clearly doesn't reflect that. There are also many people that haven't displayed their true strength. But that Nether Limitless is indeed fierce. I've heard some rumors that he has an extremely high chance of becoming a world king in the future, and he even has aspirations of becoming a great world king. A great world king, the overlord of a great world. Because of the existence of Empyrean descendants, their fame was slightly lower, but not by much. It was also because of this reason that even geniuses bred from Great World King Holy Lands of First Order worlds found it far too difficult to become Great World Kings. There were only some peak geniuses like Nether Limitless from the Skydark Holy Lands or Yuan Bo of the Wide Universe Holy Lands that had some chances of becoming a Great World King if they encountered a massive lucky chance during the Divine Transformation or Divine Lord Realm. 28th step. Finally, only 80 people managed to make it here. After a violent round of combat, over half of them were eliminated on the sojourn to the 29th step. At the 29th step, there were only 30 people left. Out of 100 great words, only 30 people were able to make it this far. This was a truly exaggerated and ridiculous elimination rate. At this time, Lin Ming finally saw Dragon Fang. Dragon Fang had started climbing on another side of the Divine Seal altar, thus the two of them hadn't seen each other yet. But on the 29th step, with only 30 people left, there were far too few participants here. Moreover, after climbing up this high, the surface area of the Divine Seal altar had narrowed down a great deal. The martial artists that were on the south and east sides naturally gathered together. "You've really made it up here," Dragon Fang said as he looked towards Lin Ming. He had already anticipated that Lin Ming would arrive here. "And you too. It is impossible to climb to the top of the Divine Seal altar. My goal is to stand on the 32nd step. I will wait for you there. And if you can reach where I will stand," Dragon Fang calmly said as he faced the strong astral winds that blew 9 million feet high in the skies. His clothes flapped around him. His figure was slender, his appearance delicate, and he seemed to encompass the brash spirit of a 17 to 18-year-old youth. Even so, his aura and his manner of speaking were extremely restrained, making one feel very comfortable just speaking to him. Impossible to climb? Lin Ming was startled. Dragon Fang's goal was only the 32nd step. It seems you know much about the Divine Seal Altar. I've heard some stories. This is Empyrean Vast Universe's proudest creation. Ever since he created this replica of the true Divine Seal Altar, deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, over 100 descendants of Empyrean Vast Universe have climbed up it. This is one of the ways that they are tempered there. However, there has never been a Divine Sea Realm descendant, even a late Divine Sea Realm descendant, that has managed to mount the summit. Is that so? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. So that's how it was. No wonder Xiao Daochild had been so confident in his assertions that out of 300,000 geniuses, no one would be able to reach the top. It seemed that this was an extremely logical viewpoint. However, Dragon Fang actually knew about the internal matters of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. It seemed that his own background wasn't ordinary at all. Lin Ming didn't think this was strange. For a wandering cultivator, if they wanted to grow to this degree, they would need the support of a powerful master no matter what, otherwise it was impossible. Lin Ming could be considered as having many lucky chances, but he also had many teachers and masters. From the start, it had been the soul fragments in the magic cube, followed by others, included Demon Shine, who had given him many pointers, Mo Eversnow, and even Empyrean Primordius could be considered as Lin Ming's half-master. If just Lin Ming was like this, there was no need to mention others. On the 29th step, there were only 30 people left. No one here would admit defeat of their own volition any longer. At this height, even if they lost they would pass. Moreover, all of the people here were extremely proud and haughty geniuses of their generation, all of them brimming with confidence in their own abilities. None of them believed they were any worse. Even if they encountered Lin Ming, they would still fight with all their strength. And facing these people, Lin Ming wouldn't be able to easily defeat them like he did Crimson Wishjade or Ju Hong. He would have to use a considerable portion of his strength to battle them for some time before winning. The opponent Lin Ming chose was a red-clothed saber wielder. This person's saber emanated a field of electricity, and there was also a saber domain that formed around him. In this part of the semifinals, domains and force fields aren't anything at all. They seem far too cheap. Nearly everyone has one. Lin Ming deeply sighed. There were even people that had 2 domains. Moreover, it seemed that a low-level domain like his Blue Lotus domain was useless here. The red-clothed saber martial artist's fighting spirit soared to the skies. He fiercely battled Lin Ming for a few dozen rounds. Finally, Lin Ming simultaneously opened the heretical god force, burnt the ancient phoenix blood, and used the power of the 8 inner hidden gates to defeat him. At the end, only 15 people earned the qualifications to climb up the 30th step. It was here that one could finally make out a vague outline of the Divine Seal Altar's summit. There are only 15 people that have the qualifications to climb up. I wonder how many of them will make it. In the audience, Violent Stone mumbled to himself. These 15 people, no matter how bad they were, would at least become a half-step world king in the future. Such a white-hot competition between them would truly be blood-stirring. Chapter 1245, Variation Pupils. Chapter 1245, Variation Pupils. Vast Universe Great World, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. 24+ top masters of the Divine Realm were gathered here. Through 30 massive crystal mirrors, they were able to see everything happening within all 30 martial fields of the semifinals. The 30 semifinal locations all used different methods to hold the competition. 10 of the arenas had already concluded and had chosen 300 people to enter the finals. Juggernaut, Sable Rain, Dirong, Yuan Bo, these 4 people are truly rare geniuses. This Divine Realm first martial meeting has a wonderful crop of talent. Vast Cosmos laughed. These people had all achieved first place in their own semifinals area. There was a very high chance that they would reach the top 20 rankings of the finals. Haha, they still can't compare to the Empyrean descendants. Wide Universe World King smiled. Yuan Bo was a disciple of his Wide Universe Holy Lands. They are already quite good. In particular, there are several people who have strength similar to an Empyrean descendant, if not a bit weaker. If they are weaker, that is because their resources, inheritances, and talent are inferior. Vast Cosmos evaluated. This was already a very high degree of praise. The resources that an Empyrean descendant used were far too luxurious. For instance, they would use boundless world pills during the Divine Sea realm, something that would cause even Great World King Holy Lands to feel pain. But, to an Empyrean descendant, these were simply common goods. This time, I will suggest to Empyrean Vast Universe that he increase the quota of people allowed into Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. Juggernaut, Yuan Bo, and the others should all have some chances of entering. As Vast Cosmos spoke, the several Great World Kings present were overjoyed. Adding extra people always meant that a massive amount of additional resources would be used up. Even though an Empyrean was wealthy, they wouldn't freely squander the resources they had accumulated. It had to be known that the treatment one received within an Empyrean Heavenly Palace was something that no Great World King Holy Land would ever be able to compare with. This was an immense benefit to the growth of geniuses. They all hoped that they could send disciples from their own sect to gain experience in an Empyrean Heavenly Palace, even if just for a brief period of time. Millimeter, that's right. How is your Skydark Holy Lands Nether Limitless doing now? Vast Cosmos suddenly asked Tian Mingzi. Limitless hasn't finished competing yet, Tian Mingzi replied. There are a couple of dark horses that have appeared on that martial field. Their strength and potential are quite good. Oh, Vast Cosmos said, interested. Tian Mingzi's talent was originally extremely high, even faintly surpassing Vast Cosmos himself. If Tian Mingzi said some participants were quite good, then they naturally had to be outstanding individuals. Not only was Vast Cosmos interested, but the other world kings present looked towards the semi-final martial field of Grave Moonstar. Grave Moonstar's competition was considered slow compared to the others so far. Even so, they were still nearing the finale. Oh, there are 10 participants that actually managed to mount the 30th step. Not bad. Very good. Perhaps there might be someone that can climb towards the 32nd step. But, to actually reach the top of the 32nd step is far too difficult. Vast Cosmos said, satisfied. As someone who came from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, he was well aware of just how difficult the Divine Seal Altar was. He originally estimated that even 4 or 5 people reaching the 30th step would be an extremely good result. Tian Mingzi, who are these dark horses? There are 2, a black-clothed youth who wields a spear called Lin Ming, as well as a pale youth with a sword called Fang. As Tian Mingzi spoke, Lin Ming and Dragon Fang were both engaged in fierce combat. Their opponents were top 300 ranked masters of the Divine Seal Decree or some people below who hadn't displayed their full strength in the preliminaries. Before this, climbing from the 29th step to the 30th step, with 15 people at the start, only 10 had managed to reach the 30th step. A third of the participants had been eliminated during the climb upwards. The violent battles were like a raging fire in full swing. The entire 30th step was covered by a powerful and heavy Empyrean pressure. If an ordinary genius were placed here, they would find it difficult to stand, let alone fight. Because of the suppression of the atmosphere, they wouldn't even be able to use 10% of their strength. But currently, when the power and potential of these 10 geniuses gathered together, they formed dazzling beams of light that shot into the skies. Haha, within the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds with its quadrillion trillion lives, there are truly far too many geniuses. However, Nephew Limitless is truly unique. I believe that Nephew Limitless has a chance of reaching the 32nd step. Of the others, 3 or 4 should be able to reach the 31st step. To reach the 31st step is already a heaven-defying accomplishment. Wide Universe World King acclaimed. But, Tian Mingzi only faintly smiled, not responding. At this time, on the Divine Seal Altar, the intense battles had concluded, with 5 people emerging as the victors. Lin Ming, Dragon Fang, Nether Limitless, and Bloodless Sword had made it through, as well as Purple Blade, whose performance in the preliminaries had been impressive. Of these 5 people, all of them were potential victors. But the key point was that even though these 5 people had reached the 30th step, there were still 3 more steps above them. If this was the same elimination ratio as before, then perhaps there would be no one that would be able to reach the 33rd step. Perhaps even the 32nd step would be far too difficult. What Xiao Daochild said was right. There is no human that can reach the 33rd step. No one should be able to reach the top, not even Nether Limitless. At this time, people in the audience were discussing amongst themselves with true essence sound transmissions. With the semifinals having reached this point, the billions of people in the arena were focused and quiet, patiently waiting for the final battles to come. When these people reached the 31st step, regardless of who battled who, it would truly be a magnificent duel. At this time, floating above the divine seal altar, Xiao Daochild finally opened his eyes. A faint voice spread throughout the entire arena. If there is an odd number of people that reach the 31st step, then the person with the best results in the preliminaries, Nether Limitless, may avoid battle and directly ascend to the 32nd step. The rest will continue fighting and the victor will climb to the 32nd step. If an odd number reaches the 31st step, then Nether Limitless doesn't need to fight? This is far too great an advantage. In the last several steps, even if one didn't fight, they still couldn't save much strength. But now, on the 31st step, the advantages of being able to avoid a battle are just far too great. That's right. These 5 people are all peak masters, so it's likely they can all climb to the 31st step. If Nether Limitless can avoid battling them here, he can climb even higher. All the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, the new Paradise Holy Lands where Bloodless Sword came from, as well as the sect that Purple Blade originated from, thought that this was extremely unfair. But the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were actually cheering as loudly as they could. Haha, too awesome. Senior Apprentice Brother Nether can avoid a battle, but this is also something that Senior Apprentice Brother Nether earned because his results were the best. If so, then Senior Apprentice Brother Nether might have some chances of reaching the 32nd step or even the 33rd step. In fact, even if Senior Apprentice Brother doesn't avoid a battle, he could still easily win anyways. On the Divine Seal altar, Nether Limitless maintained a calm appearance. He clenched his fists and thought, good. These rules are good for me. Even though Nether Limitless was exceedingly proud of himself, even he lacked the energy and confidence when facing the titanic Divine Seal altar. If he could save some of his strength, then the benefits would be gigantic. If I can really avoid a battle, then I will be able to obtain an even better result here. My chances of catching Empyrean Demon Dawn's attention will be that much greater. Nether Limitless was brimming with confidence. Begin the climb. Xiao Daochild closed his eyes again and returned to his meditation in the air. 5 participants that were screened out from all the peak masters of 100 great worlds immediately jumped up onto the walls of the Divine Seal altar in unison. At the moment when Lin Ming touched the stone walls, he felt a great pressure on him. What a formidable pressure! Moreover, this isn't just pressure of the body and true essence, but also the soul. Lin Ming could feel that as soon as he began climbing up to the 31st step of the Divine Seal altar, a wild and savage power rushed into his spiritual sea. This sort of soul pressure isn't anything to me. But to the others, this should be a great test. After Lin Ming tempered his soul in the divine dream world, his soul force was far more formidable than other martial artists of his level. A soul pressure of this degree was something he could easily withstand. With steady steps, he began to climb up the towering and roughly hewn stone walls of the Divine Seal altar. The closer he reached the top, the more vividly Lin Ming could feel the concept of the 33-layered heavens from the Divine Seal altar. As for the others, it was actually impossible for them to climb up as calmly as Lin Ming was doing. As they climbed up the Divine Seal altar, all sorts of illusions crashed into them. Fight. Crusade. Slaughter. Heart demons. Dragon Fang felt as if he was climbing onto a blood-drenched Azura battlefield. Within his ears, all he heard were the echoes and screams of hateful spirits and doomed souls. The beating drum of war reverberated in his ears. A deep sword energy washed over his body, making him feel as if he would be torn apart at any moment. The Divine Seal altar truly lives up to its reputation. How intriguing. Dragon Fang closed his eyes and then opened them up once more. When he did, his pupils had changed. They became as narrow as a needle. And around these needle-like pupils formed a series of strange patterns. His eyes seemed wrapped in a shroud of unfathomable mysteries, making others not dare to look at him. Those who did would feel as if their very souls would be sucked out. After these variation pupils appeared, all illusions were instantly swept away by Dragon Fang, unable to affect his mind at all. He began to steadily rise up once again. And, because he was facing the Divine Seal altar, no one was able to see the differences in his eyes. As for Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword, they were finding this much harder. The 31st step is truly terrifying. Bloodless Sword twisted his eyebrows together. Slaughter Sword intent, erupt. At that instant, a deep crimson divine light blazed out from between Bloodless Sword's eyebrows. The killing intent that emitted from his body reached the peak. With his own killing intent, he resisted the countless waves of illusions. As Bloodless Sword climbed up, his forehead became drenched with sweat and every movement he made was difficult. He clearly wasn't able to remain as relaxed as Dragon Fang. As for Nether Limitless, he was also in a similar situation with Bloodless Sword. By relying on his deep strength and cultivation, he was able to forcefully resist these illusions. To him, climbing up the 31st step was an extremely great test. And of these 5 people, Purple Blade was at the end. His face was wan, his fingers trembled, and every step he took was slower than the last. He seemed to be trapped in a swamp, his movements becoming increasingly slow. These are illusions. Illusions. They can't affect me. They can't affect me. They can't affect me. Purple Blade cried out in his heart, wanting to rid himself of all these chaotic illusions in his mind. However, his current physical state was already extremely poor and he had consumed most of his energy. No, facing this dual pressure from the Divine Seal altar on his body and soul, he was finding it impossible to resist. This was the power of illusions. Even though he knew they were illusions, he would still be affected by them. I am the last. Am I the worst? Illusion and reality constantly shifted back and forth. Purple Blade could feel his own strength rapidly fading away from his body. In between these rapidly alternating scenes, he could see that Lin Ming, Dragon Fang, and the others had already pulled ahead by a considerable distance. He was like a severely wounded mortal that had fallen into a deep ravine. Although he could see the top of the cliff, wanting to climb up it was simply a despairing matter. Chapter 1246, Lin Ming vs Nether Limitless. Chapter 1246, Lin Ming vs Nether Limitless. Is something wrong with Purple Blade? He's randomly climbing about, he's not going in a straight line at all. In the audience, many people noticed something strange happening with Purple Blade. He had already been left far behind by the other 4 people. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, you can do it, put your back into it. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, don't give up. The disciples from Purple Blade's holy lands were all cheering for him. However, he wasn't able to hear their cheers at all. His sweat had already covered his eyes and his consciousness had gone completely blurry. Blood. My hands are holding blood. Am I crawling in a sea of blood? The end. I cannot see the end. Every time Purple Blade took a step up, he felt as if he were grasping a mountain of swords. His palms and legs ached with a cutting pain. His exhaustion had reached the limit. He felt as if he weighed 10,000 jinns, and the pain was so intense he thought he would die at any moment. With his final fading will, he forcefully grasped what he could. But he no longer had the strength to take another step up. Purple Blade had already lost consciousness. At the moment when the flow of energy within his body stopped, he was no longer able to withstand the pressure on the 31st step. The body of an essence-gathering system martial artist was frail to begin with, and without the protection of energy around him, he simply wasn't able to withstand the impact. Blood rained down and Purple Blade fell from the cliff. An aura of energy caught him, cradling him. He had been defeated. Purple Blade has lost. He was the 3rd to reach the 22nd step, and yet he actually wasn't able to reach the 30th step. Heavens, this is far too difficult. Will there even be anyone capable of reaching the 32nd or 33rd step? Originally, many people thought that Purple Blade was inferior to Nether Limitless, but close in strength to Dragon Fang and Lin Ming. Now, they all realized just how great the disparity was. The other four are already nearing the top. Lin Ming, Dragon Fang, and Nether Limitless are in the lead. Bloodless Sword has fallen behind them just a bit. Does this represent the difference in their strengths? That might not be true. To find the actual difference in their strength, they have to undergo true combat. The Divine Seal Altar is merely a platform used to test the comprehensive fusion of one's cultivation and talent. It seems that all four of them will be able to reach the top. If so, they will have to fight. I'm really looking forwards to it. Regardless of who fights who, it will surely be a clash of rivals. These two fellows. Nether Limitless looked at Lin Ming and Dragon Fang with disbelief in his eyes. What are those two doing that they are climbing up so quickly? I have to give my everything in order to just barely keep up with their speed. Is it possible that the two of them have some sort of special immunity to soul pressure? Thinking about it, Xiao Daochild had said that the Divine Seal Altar was not just a test of one's cultivation and thickness of true essence. It was also a test of one's will, potential, and all sorts of other factors combined together. Nether Limitless thought all of this was a bit grating to his ears. He was confident that his own strength and depth of true essence were far above that of Lin Ming and Dragon Fang. Could it be that his potential was inferior to theirs, thus they equalized each other and all three were able to maintain a similar speed? Can my potential truly be inferior to those two? Nether Limitless found this hard to accept. In the way he viewed the world, he could accept it if an Empyrean descendant was superior to him. After all, someone that came from a great world King Holy Land background simply couldn't compare to the talent, inheritance, and resources of an Empyrean heavenly palace. But, for small influences, even if they were dark horses that rushed out from the endless masses, he could not accept that they were on par with him. It had to be known that in Nether Limitless' nearly 40-years of life, he had consumed a massive amount of resources. With all these resources gathered together, their value was no longer estimated in violet sunstones, but 9 sun jades. 9 sun jades were refined by half-step Empyreans and above by combining violet sun crystals with 9 different types of yang energies. A single 9 sun jade was equal to nearly 100 million violet sun crystals, or a trillion violet sunstones. Nether Limitless had used so many resources and also practiced a transcendent divine might. Even so, he wasn't much superior to 2 common martial artists. How could Nether Limitless accept this? It made him feel as if all those resources used on him had been wasted, as if they had been used on a dog. It's impossible that they are better than me. I will not believe this. They must have some special arcane skill capable of resisting soul pressure, or their own soul force is astoundingly formidable, thus they are able to reach this speed. Nether Limitless speculated. In truth, his guesses were half right. Lin Ming and Dragon Fang both had an extremely strong resistance to soul pressure. One cultivated the soul and the other had a special variation soul body. An hour later, Dragon Fang was the first one to reach the 31st step of the Divine Seal Altar. And behind Dragon Fang, just after 20 breaths of time, Nether Limitless arrived at nearly the same time as Lin Ming. At this time, Dragon Fang's pupils had returned to normal. His face was a bit paler than before, and he seemed extremely fragile. It was hard to imagine that a terrifying strength slumbered within him. These two people haven't exhausted themselves too much, they must have some special technique to resist soul pressure. As Nether Limitless saw Lin Ming and Dragon Fang's appearance, he was increasingly sure of his own speculations. If that's the case, I will simply use my absolute strength to defeat all of you. After another quarter hour passed, Bloodless Sword finally crawled up the cliff of the 31st step with great difficulty. The 4 of them had all successfully climbed up. Without a doubt, besides the 4 of them, there wouldn't be another person that could make it up this high. A decisive battle would soon erupt between these 4 people. This is too intense. The 4 of them are all peak masters. Who will battle who? I feel that Bloodless Sword is the weakest. Lin Ming and Dragon Fang are both similar, and Nether Limitless is the strongest. Based on their performance since the 21st step, Bloodless Sword was a bit worse and the other three were the same. But in the eyes of the audience, Nether Limitless was at the late Divine Sea, thus his cultivation and true essence were the deepest of the four. Lin Ming and Dragon Fang should surpass him in potential, but if they truly fought, Nether Limitless was likely stronger. This Lin Ming is truly a freak. He's only at the peak of the early Divine Sea realm, yet he's this strong. I really have no idea just how he has trained. At this time, several hundred miles away from the Divine Seal altar, a spirit ship floated high in the skies. In the spirit ship, a tall man in black robes was sitting in a grand black stone throne, looking through a window at the far-off Divine Seal altar. Even though he was this far away, he was able to clearly see everything happening on the Divine Seal altar in crystal clear detail. Of those four people, two of them registered to enter the first martial meeting at my true martial word. But the truth is that they aren't from my true martial world, nor do they belong to my true martial holy lands. One is a wandering cultivator that just happened to be passing by, and the identity of his master is a mystery. As for the other, he is a disciple of a mere peak holy land. Even so, the two of them are able to stand on the 31st step. But the disciple that I carefully raised up for all this time was actually eliminated on the 27th step. I used my portion of the income from Starbind Bank and the Imperial Auction House as the foundation for your resources, and even gave you an incomplete transcendent divine might as an inheritance. Even though I did all of this is the trash result that you gave me. This black-robed man was fuming with anger. He was the great world king of True Martial World. In truth, True Martial World was only a sect from a second-order world, so it was normal that they wouldn't have any disciples able to reach the 30th step. But now, four people had appeared that were able to step on the 31st step, and although two of them had even registered at the True Martial World, they actually weren't from there. This was truly a matter that made one lose all face. As the black-robed man spoke, the martial artists in front of him were all kneeling on the floor, trembling in fear. No one dared to speak up. The black-robed man heaved a heavy sigh. It has been over 1,000,000 years and I have used up countless resources, and yet, if another 1,000,000 years pass and my true martial holy lands still aren't able to raise another world king, then that is simply the hand of fate. There will be nothing else I can do. The black-robed man shook his head, no longer speaking. He alone was the pillar that propped up the entire true martial holy lands, but he would be unable to do so forever. At this time on the Divine Seal altar, the four participants still hadn't fought. Rather, they rested for a moment. This brief period of rest was most beneficial to Bloodless Sword because he had exhausted the most energy of the four. The pressure on the 31st step was extremely suppressive. Even though it was completely flat ground, Bloodless Sword still felt his own strength suppressed to no more than 40%. These damned fellows have actually climbed up faster than me. This weird Divine Seal altar simply doesn't allow me to display my sword skills to their full potential. In terms of total combat strength, with my sword in hand, I don't believe that I will lose to an early Divine Sea or middle Divine Sea brat. The truth was that a great world king Holy Land would deliberately train core disciples to participate in the Divine Realm first martial meeting. To guarantee the greatest chance of victory, they would make sure all disciples that entered were at the late Divine Sea realm. By entering a time enchantment it was easy to accomplish this. Thus, Crimson Wishjade, Wu Final Cloud, Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and the rest were all late Divine Sea martial artists. If one wasn't at the late Divine Sea realm, it was easy to suffer a great loss. Only those scattered smaller sects would send a group of early or middle Divine Sea realm disciples to participate as cannon fodder. In any case, for them, attaining any kind of good result was impossible to begin with. Choose your opponent, Xiao Daochild indifferently said, his face like a 10,000-year glacier. No matter how amazing the participants on the Divine Seal altar were, he didn't have any expression at all, as if everything that happened was natural. To Xiao Daochild, the 31st step wasn't anything at all. As Xiao Daochild spoke these words, the billions of people in the audience held their breath. And on the 31st step of the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming, Nether Limitless, Dragon Fang, and Bloodless Sword all glanced at each other, a fierce and vivid fighting spirit blazing in their eyes, nearly causing the air to burn. The two of you have quite wonderful soul support arcane skills, Chem. To think that you would do something so cheap as using them to climb up here. Nether Limitless was the first to speak. Oh, what are you trying to say? Lin Ming asked, an eyebrow arching up. Even if you don't want to admit it, you cannot hide from my eyes. But from now, it will be a battle of strength, something that will depend on your true ability. Do you want to choose first, or shall I choose first? Nether Limitless had an extremely confident expression, as if he were the top master of the four people here. Dragon Fang was silent, but Lin Ming grinned and then laughed. Since you let me choose first, then I won't be rude. I choose you. Lin Ming pointed his spear towards Nether Limitless. This movement caused a great commotion. Of the four martial artists, no matter how one looked at it, Bloodless Sword should be the weakest. Thus, if one was allowed to choose first, choosing Bloodless Sword was the most appropriate choice. But Lin Ming had actually chosen the supposed strongest Nether Limitless. This Lin Ming is too crazy. What a badass. As Nether Limitless saw Lin Ming's icy spear pointed towards him, a thick killing intent flashed in his eyes. You've got gut. Chapter 1247, Heroic Youth. Chapter 1247, Heroic Youth. After Lin Ming pointed his spear at Nether Limitless, all of the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands went rabid with anger, their eyes turning red. In the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting semifinals on Grave Moonstar, their senior apprentice brother Nether had been in first place from start until now. How could they tolerate someone provoking him like this? This boy doesn't know the heights of the heavens or the depths of the earth. He is crazy. He actually dares to challenge senior apprentice brother Nether. Just who does he think he is? He wants to become famous, and he thinks that he can step on senior apprentice brother Nether to do so. Hihi, but he has chosen the wrong person. Just wait until senior apprentice brother Nether beats his ass until it's red. No one was willing to destroy their own power and prestige. These people had been spirited for such a long time, and they also saw that Nether Limitless' performance so far had been the best. As Nether Limitless supporters, the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands all scoffed at Lin Ming's insolent tactics. Even the ancient Phoenix clan was lacking in confidence. Senior apprentice brother Lin is too aggressive. To think that he would choose to fight Nether Limitless as soon as he climbed up and not Bloodless Sword. What are you worried about? Senior apprentice brother Lin surely has some secret strength that he has yet to bring out. Moreover, someone like senior apprentice brother Lin lives for the thrill of battle. If he challenges someone, he will challenge the strongest there is. That's right, victory or defeat doesn't matter. What's most important is that he doesn't weaken his own fighting spirit. What is Bloodless Sword? He is simply nothing at all. If there is someone to fight, it must be the strongest there is. That's right, senior apprentice brother Lin pointing his spear at Nether Limitless is truly fearless. The female disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan all stared at Lin Ming as he challenged Nether Limitless with his spear. His valiant and heroic figure cut a handsome line, causing all of them to go crazy with desire. At this time, Lin Ming's black-clothed figure was as hard and straight as a spear. His clothing flapped in the wind and his long hair danced in the air. His eyes blazed as he stared at Nether Limitless, the edges of his face hard and his forehead as keen as a sword. His eyes were more electric than lightning. A single young man, underneath the gaze of billions of people, dared to jump ranks to challenge the #1 genius of 100 great worlds. That was a character that had a chance of becoming a great world king in the future, an extreme genius amongst geniuses. Every time had its own peak, and the peak of this moment belonged to Lin Ming. A heroic youth in the glory of his prime, such a character had a limitless future. With his incomparably sharp temperament and his outstanding physique, it was natural that countless young girls would fall for him. Haha, how interesting. Tian Mingzi, that dark horse you favored actually challenged the #1 disciple of your Skydark Holy Lands. In Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Vast Cosmos was extremely interested in this match. In these semifinals, it was difficult for anyone to catch the attention of a character like him. Tian Mingzi laughed, not having much of a response. Wide Universe World King said, "He is fierce, but in the end he isn't the match of Nephew Limitless." Nephew Limitless is someone that has a chance of reaching the top 10 ranks of the First Martial Meeting's Earth Proclamation. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting would eventually produce 2 rankings. One was the Heaven Proclamation. That was the total rankings that included the disciples of the Empyrean heavenly palaces as well as all the geniuses of the 3,000 great worlds. The word heaven implied the meaning of an Empyrean. With the Heaven Proclamation, there was also a corresponding Earth Proclamation. The Earth Proclamation was a ranking list that excluded the Empyrean descendants and other disciples of the Empyrean heavenly palaces. It was a ranking list that included only the geniuses of the 3,000 great worlds. After all, it was unfair to compare ordinary geniuses to the lofty heights of Empyrean disciples. Thus, being able to rank on the top 10 of the Earth Proclamation was already an extremely fierce accomplishment. When Empyrean Vast Universe had stated that the top 3 ranking martial artists of the first martial meeting could learn a transcendent divine might, and the top 10 could enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace and accept the guidance of Vast Cosmos, this was basically aimed at the Earth Proclamation. This was also a reasonable matter. For instance, someone like Xiao Morxian originally came from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace was in no way worse than Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, so how would she possibly ever desire the resources at Vast Universe Heavenly Palace? If Vast Universe Heavenly Palace had those resources, then Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace would also have them. As Wide Universe World King spoke up, another World King echoed him, "If Nephew Limitless has a good performance, then he will inevitably enter an Empyrean Heavenly Palace. Maybe someone from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace will come to snatch away Limitless instead, haha." The present World Kings all laughed out loud. First, they really did favor Nether Limitless chances, and secondly, they wanted to form good relations with Tian Mingzi. After all, out of the many World Kings present, Tian Mingzi had the brightest future. It was possible that his future achievements would be even better than Vast Cosmos's. Moreover, Tian Mingzi had extremely good relations with Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and had obtained the recognition of Empyrean Demon Dawn. The reason for this was that tens of thousands of years ago, Tian Mingzi had once entered Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and tempered himself in there for a long time. This was similar to the current disciples being selected to enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. This layer of relations was truly important. At this time, on the Divine Seal altar, Mo Eversnow's voice was echoing in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming, Tian Mingzi's original background is the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, and the Verdant Feather Holy Lands is a sect that focuses on the ice laws as well as the space and time laws. Tian Mingzi could have been said to have reached the pinnacle of achievements in these 3 laws. As his descendant, Nether Limitless should also excel in these 3 laws. I understand. When Lin Ming had seen Nether Limitless fight the spirit bodies, Nether Limitless Casual Palm Strike was able to contain 3 or 4 concepts. Miss Mo, since the Verdant Feather Holy Land's transcendent divine might Jade Slip fell into Tian Mingzi's hands, would Nether Limitless also have trained in it? Upon mentioning this transcendent divine might, a flash of hatred appeared in Mo Eversnow's eyes. Yes, the Verdant Feather Holy Land's transcendent divine might is far more complete than the true martial Holy Land's heavenly demon metamorphic art. But, that transcendent divine might is an auxiliary arcane skill. Its role in true combat is minor, so you can more or less ignore it. Oh! Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. In truth, he felt that auxiliary arcane skills were more precious than offensive transcendent divine mights. They were abilities that could affect one's future achievements. Offensive-based transcendent divine mights were more focused on enhancing one's strength. For instance, the heretical god force was an auxiliary arcane skill. Without it, Lin Ming would never have obtained his current prowess in the laws of thunder and fire. He might not have even managed to cross heavenly tribulation. I've got it. One day, I will take back the Verdant Feather Holy Land's transcendent divine might. As Lin Ming spoke, the aura of Nether Limitless suddenly erupted. On the Divine Seal altar, the black-clothed Nether Limitless seemed to become the only remaining person between the heavens and earth. Even the distant audience members were influenced by Nether Limitless' aura. This feeling was as if someone had pointed a dagger at their heads, making them feel cold all over. This was nether limitless sword potential. A thick killing intent as pure and black as the endless night swept over the entire audience. What a terrifying potential. To be able to utilize his sword potential to such a degree, he can kill others with this alone. This is indeed horrifying. And, the key point is that this is the sword potential that he is releasing under the suppression of the Divine Seal Altar's 31st step. Although the pressure on the flat steps is far lower than the pressure on the vertical cliffs, one's true essence will still be greatly suppressed. To be able to display this level of skill underneath this pressure, one can only remain in awe of the young. Even Hua Violent Stone, who always believed that his own people were the most amazing and wonderful, had a solemn expression on his face. His eyes were full of praise and shock. He couldn't help but acknowledge nether limitless strength. As for the Skydark Holy Lands, their numerous disciples were cheering louder than ever. Senior Apprentice Brother Nether is invincible. Senior Apprentice Brother Nether will win. Haha. This is the majesty of a true king. At this time, Nether Limitless finally took out his blade. It was a 4-foot-long katana, thin, with a foot-long hilt. This was a medium-grade spirit artifact that was used with both hands. In terms of quality, it was inferior to the Phoenix Blood Spear. But, the current Phoenix Blood Spear had yet to fully grow. The power that this katana could display was in truth above that of the Phoenix Blood Spear. With a thrust, the sword whistled through the air. In that instant, space seemed to distort around Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless was hidden within this space distortion, sword and body having become one. Clear ripples formed around the edges of space around the sword, cutting apart all. As Lin Ming saw this sword strike, his pupils shrank. Once, a supreme elder who thoroughly understood the space laws stated that the sharpest weapon in the world was not any material object forged by a refining grandmaster, but space itself. When the skies broke apart and space collapsed, that force was able to tear apart all of reality. Although Nether Limitless couldn't tear open the incomparably stable space of the divine realm, he could actually form spatial ripples around his sword to greatly enhance its cutting ability. Just this casual sword strike was already so powerful. How would Lin Ming block this strike? Everyone's eyes widened. The heroic young elites able to sit in this arena were all heaven-gifted talents of their area. Even so, if they were the ones facing Nether Limitless, they would be horrified to find that they might not even be able to withstand this attack. Moreover, this was only Nether Limitless' first sword strike. It was nothing but a probing strike with the fierce attacks yet to come. What a powerful strike! Lin Ming is in danger. Facing this sword strike, Lin Ming shifted to the side and wielded the Phoenix Blood Spear. The long spear cried out as an azure spear light shot out like a brilliant flood dragon, smashing into Nether Limitless sword light. Kai kai kai! The sword light and spear light fiercely collided. An incomparably harsh grating sound spread out. The spatial ripples around the sword light continuously melted away, and the azure spear light also constantly broke apart, and at an even faster rate. Nether Limitless grinned. Space was known as the sharpest weapon. Its reputation as being able to cut through all was well warranted, but, just as Lin Ming's spear light was about to be swallowed up by the sword light, a mysterious scene occurred. After the broken spear light broke apart, it reformed, reborn once more. Endless growth. Nether Limitless eyebrows shot up. This spear light actually had the attribute of endlessness. Endlessness was an extremely special type of concept. Once this concept was evolved to the peak, it would become the concept of immortality. After Lin Ming absorbed the supreme ancient azure dragon bone, the endlessly growing attribute of his true essence had clearly increased. Pang! As the spatial ripples were melted away, the spear light and sword light both burst apart, turning into black and azure lights that rained down. In the first exchange of moves, both were evenly matched. He blocked it. I thought that Lin Ming would suffer a loss. Fears. In a single exchange between masters, even if it was just a probing strike, one could see many things from it. Although the two were casually striking each other, their moves contained the mysteries of numerous laws, worthy of praise. Not bad. You are worthy of me being a little serious, But that is only being serious. Nether Limitless laughed. His body turned into a beam of light as he hurtled towards Lin Ming. Chapter 1248, Violent Collision. Chapter 1248, Violent Collision. 1,000 feet was nothing but a faint twinkle in the eye. In a mere moment, Nether Limitless appeared in front of Lin Ming. This was not space transmission. With Nether Limitless' understandings of the space laws, he wasn't yet able to reach teleportation in the divine realm. But the speed that he could erupt with in this short distance actually seemed no different from teleportation. Nether Limitless had shown the limit of his speed. His hand had already disappeared. All that was left was a black katana that roused a storm of sword light. This was the same as 10 peak martial artists flourishing their swords all together. And their sword lights had all gathered in front of Lin Ming, each one able to cause spatial ripples. Such sword techniques caused one to gasp in praise. The might of these sword lights cannot compare to Nether Limitless' first strike, but they still contained 30 to 40% of the original's power, and they also contained the space laws, able to form spatial ripples. These sword strikes are fast, but they are also extremely cunning and tricky. It is nearly impossible to block them all. With so many sword lights gathered together, their might could be imagined. Altogether, they were at least 10 times more powerful than the first strike. In the audience, even those martial artists that were confident in themselves felt helpless in the face of such an attack. It was like being a frail leaf in a mighty storm. They would have no strength to resist. The speeds of these sword strikes are fast, much faster than a spear. Let's see just how Lin Ming deals with it. Lin Ming's eyes sharpened. Facing Nether Limitless, there was no room to be lax. In contrast with Nether Limitless' dazzling sword lights, Lin Ming's attack was calm and steady, like mountains and rivers, like the boundless earth. He stood strong and tall, an indomitable wall. Lin Ming's spear light was far from being comparable to Nether Limitless' strike in terms of speed. But the brilliant azure light on his spear formed a halo, becoming one. Every single spear strike Lin Ming thrust out carried with it the stability of the vast lands, like a surging tide stretching to the ends of the earth. A single spear strike was able to counter several of Nether Limitless' sword strikes. Lin Ming had already opened 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates, and the heretical god force was revolving to the limit. Spear after spear, each stronger than the last. Ding 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 ding. The collision of sword and spear had long become a continuous sound, like a rolling thundercloud, like the roar of a dragon, echoing through the world. On the divine seal altar, with these two people as the center, turbulent airwaves blew wildly about, incomparably violent. If this wasn't the divine seal altar, then just these air currents alone would have the strength to shear off mountain peaks. Overturn the mountains, sunder the seas, myriad water sword arts. Nether Limitless swords sharpened. His sword light became chaotic and wild, like splashing water, completely enveloping Lin Ming. This was the verdant feather Holy Land's water laws. The laws of water and the laws of ice originally came from the same source. The verdant feather Holy Lands was a holy lands that displayed the might of the water elements to their peak. Now, what Nether Limitless used was a fusion of the water laws and space laws. Every sword light caused deep and vibrant spatial ripples, just like ripples in water. Water, soft and formless, it could splash against stone and metal without being affected. But the power of water far surpassed metal and stone in many aspects. No matter how hard stone and metal were, they could still be crushed if struck with an even harder material. As for water, it was like a never-ending sword, a flowing blade without end. This was the concept of water, lingering and constant, able to erode away all material. Even a single drop of water, day after day, could slowly pierce through the hardest rock. As Nether Limitless used the myriad water sword arts, the concept of space that surrounded his sword lights instantly rose to a dramatic new level. Water and space fused together. In that instant, water ripples and spatial ripples superimposed on each other, their oscillating frequencies resonating. This was causing two fundamentally different laws to vibrate on the same frequency. Even many divine lord powerhouses present felt inferior as they saw this. Is this really a battle between juniors? We are old, far too old. The rivers will wash away the past and bring in the future. Even I cannot achieve such a magnificent fusion of laws. The unbroken cult Great Elder said with feeling in his voice. His strength was far above Nether Limitless, but that was because of his cultivation. In terms of comprehension of laws, the truth was that he also surpassed Nether Limitless. Even so, he wasn't able to reproduce such an exquisite fusion of the laws. This made him feel as if the 10,000 years of his life had all been nothing but a waste. Geniuses truly did not need explanations. There were some things that people couldn't comprehend for a lifetime, but that geniuses could actually understand after a single try. He is truly blessed by the heavens, I simply cannot compare. Beside the unbroken cult Great Elder, Yu Yuming sighed with longing. The difference between them was far too great. The myriad water sword arts and Lin Ming's spear light collided. At the start, Lin Ming's spear lights grew continuously, a single spear light breaking through several of Nether Limitless sword lights. But now, Nether Limitless sword light also contained the attribute of endlessness. But his perpetual endless was brought about by the water laws. Although it was inferior to Lin Ming's own technique, it still achieved similar results from different methods. Endlessness? I can do that too. In that instant, Lin Ming was covered up by Nether Limitless sword light. All of his spear powers were completely suppressed. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, be careful. Brother Lin. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan all held their breath. As for Qin Xingxuan, her forehead was wet with a nervous sweat. In her eyes, all she could see was that Lin Ming had been completely enveloped by Nether Limitless sword light. In that dense sword light, even divine iron would be turned into powder. If a flesh and blood body was placed in that sword light, just what would happen? Mu Qianyu's palms were also wet with sweat. This was reality. This was not the divine dream space. Although the rules stated that one could not kill others, in a battle between peak masters, having accidents occur was an extremely likely matter. As for Xiao Dao Child, he may be the one supervising this competition and his strength was also formidable, but he was several miles away. Moreover, Xiao Dao Child had a very distant temperament. He hadn't meddled in anything so far, so it was hard to say what would happen if there really was an accident. What formidable water laws, it nearly traces upon the threshold of the 5th level concept. Lin Ming's face was cold and solemn underneath the sword light. If Nether Limitless could rank near the top of the Divine Seal Decree, he naturally had aspects that he excelled at. The space and time laws that he perceived were among the most difficult laws to comprehend, and even as he mastered them, he even managed to perceive the water laws to this degree. This was not something that the average person could hope to achieve. Even for Lin Ming, if he hadn't entered the divine dream world and swallowed an elementary spirit source, his comprehension of laws would be far inferior to Nether Limitless. If this is the limit of your techniques, then you have already lost. Sea-splitting sword. Nether Limitless shouted out, putting forth his killing move. The name of sea-splitting sword was no exaggeration. This sword strike could truly split a sea in half. With such a formidable sword potential and such overwhelming momentum, the might of this attack could be imagined. A terrifying aura swept through the entire audience, causing everyone to stare on with bated breath. Their eyes all focused on Lin Ming, waiting to see just how Lin Ming would withstand this sword strike. In that instant, Lin Ming's aura erupted to the limit. All of those spear strikes gathered together, condensing into one. All of those spear strikes from before had not been random attacks, but preparing for this moment, this final spear strike. Celestial Tyrant Manual, 100 Layered Waves. To use 100 layered waves to counter the sea-splitting sword, Lin Ming's technique was not based upon the concept of water, but with the constant spear potentials superimposed upon each other, this was achieving the same effects as the sea-splitting sword. 100 layered waves against the sea-splitting sword. Bang! The spear light and sword light exploded simultaneously. At that time, it was like two tsunamis 100 miles high crashed into each other, causing the world to tremble and massive shockwaves to surge outwards. Everyone saw the phantom of a vast and raging sea appear in the skies above the divine seal altar. The waves roiled about, splashing into the deep blue heavens. Lin Ming and Nether Limitless were both fighting in this turbulent sea, like two flood dragons striving to be king. He blocked it. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, well fought. Just that spear strike alone is enough for Senior apprentice Brother Lin's fame to rise. His name will be praised among all martial artists of 100 Great World. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all delirious with excitement. The semifinals of Grave Moonstar were far from being able to sweep through the entire divine realm. After all, each area had its own corresponding semifinals. But, out of the 100 Great Worlds participating in the semifinals on Grave Moonstar, Lin Ming was a name that no one could avoid. Without a doubt, Lin Ming was one of the greatest powerhouses from these 100 Great World. Being one of the strongest wasn't the most alarming matter. What was most astounding was that Lin Ming only had an early divine sea cultivation, and he was just over 30 years old. For a martial artist that lived for several million years or even 10 million years, 30 years of age couldn't even be considered the end of their beginning. By just this alone, Lin Ming's talent was enough to sweep across everyone from these 100 Great World. It was possible that he would even obtain the attention of an Empyrean. Obtaining the attention of an Empyrean was different from reaching the top 10 rankings of the Earth Proclamation and then being chosen to enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. This was because even if one were to enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, they wouldn't be able to see Empyrean Vast Universe and would only be able to receive the guidance of his direct disciple, Vast Cosmos. What sort of character was an Empyrean? In their almost 100 million years of life, they would see countless extreme talents. To them, being in the top 10 ranks of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting's Earth Proclamation wasn't anything at all. Thus, how could the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan not be brimming with pride? Nether Limitless also realized this. In a sense, his limelight had already been swept away by Lin Ming. No wonder you have the confidence to challenge me. You indeed have the capital to be proud of yourself. Your talent can be considered at the peak of these 100 Great Worlds, and, if your talent was a bit better, you could even barely compare with those Empyrean descendant. But, talent is only talent. In true battle, all that matters is strength, and in strength, you are inferior to me. A sharp light flashed in Nether Limitless' eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lin Ming's talent had indeed surpassed his own, even though he was 2 small boundaries higher, even though he was almost 10 years older, he still wasn't able to quickly defeat Lin Ming. This was simply his life's shame. He had already lost to Lin Ming in talent, but he absolutely would not lose to Lin Ming in battle. Even if he had to risk using every forbidden technique in his arsenal, Nether Limitless had to defeat Lin Ming, no matter the cost. Otherwise, this loss would become a stain that he would never wipe away in his life. As for obtaining the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn, that would turn into a joke. Oh! Lin Ming faintly smiled. I will teach you that not only is your talent inferior to mine, but your strength is too. Chapter 1249, The Defeated Nether Limitless. Chapter 1249, The Defeated Nether Limitless. My talent is inferior to yours, and even my strength is inferior. Nether Limitless laughed wildly as he heard Lin Ming's words, extremely wildly. Ha 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 ha. I didn't say that your talent is truly the best amongst 100 Great Worlds, only that your talent can match the peak standard. Are you really so deluded that you think your talent is unparalleled? Do you believe that not only is your talent unrivaled, but also your strength? You want to teach me? Really, if I gave you a ladder you would think you could climb to the top. Nether Limitless fused true essence into his voice, having it spread through the arena. As the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands heard this, all of them rose up in anger. The entire Skydark Holy Lands area was roiled up in a chaotic mob. This brat is too arrogant. Senior apprentice Brother Nether, kick his ass until even his mom doesn't recognize him. Beat up that brat. Throw him off the Divine Seal altar. Beat him into a pulp. It had to be known that the Skydark Holy Lands had an extraordinary status. With Nether Limitless added on, there were over 10,000 martial artists from the Skydark Holy Lands present, of which 80 to 90 were juniors. The first martial meeting was a wild scene that caused everyone to go crazy with emotion. Let alone these martial artists that often resorted to violence to solve all of their problems. Even in mortal nations, there was likely to be riots after kickball matches. Once the fans of these kickball matches rose up, it wasn't strange if dozens or hundreds of people were trampled to death. The 800 to 900 junior disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were roused into a frothing rage. Even the other martial artists from the Demon Dawn Great World were going mad. They originally had disciples attending the semifinals, but now that they had all been eliminated, Nether Limitless was the only one to come from their great world. Since they had the closest relations with them, they naturally had to support Nether Limitless. Xiao Daochild slightly opened his eyes, faintly frowning. His figure moved and he flew over the chaotic part of the arena. A great pressure suddenly came crashing down from the skies, and all of those mad spectators were forced down by this pressure, immediately subdued. Otherwise, with billions of people in the audience and all of them formidable geniuses of their era, once a riot occurred, let alone Xiao Daochild, not even a great world king would be able to suppress them. Perhaps only an Empyrean could do so. As the ancient Phoenix clan saw those from the Skydark Holy Lands go crazy, they also started to cry out. The ancient Phoenix clan only had several hundred disciples present, but every disciple was shouting as loudly as they could. Lin Ming will win. Senior apprentice brother Lin is unstoppable. Whether or not they believed Lin Ming could win at this time, none of them would weaken their momentum, and in fact, with this sort of scene at the Divine Realm first martial meeting that involved the very honor of a sect, it was easy for others to be infected with the atmosphere. At this time, they simply didn't care if Lin Ming would win. Rather, they would all do their best to maintain the honor of their sect. Making sure that their own side had the greatest momentum was the most important matter right now. Nether Limitless isn't willing to admit that his own talent is inferior to Lin Ming's, but the truth is already placed right in front of him. But what he said is also correct. Lin Ming's current strength is lacking and he might not be able to win. But, after 1 or 2 years have passed, Lin Ming will likely surpass Nether Limitless. Out of the 4 people, Lin Ming is the youngest and his future is also the brightest. A clear-headed spectator commented. There were many elders and juniors that weren't related to either Lin Ming or Nether Limitless, and they were calmly discussing the situation. Nether Limitless absolutely cannot lose this match. He already loses in talent. If he loses in strength also, then he won't be able to even lift his head up high. Currently, Nether Limitless should be the victor of this battle. If he couldn't win, then his face would sweep the ground. On the Divine Seal altar, Nether Limitless slowly walked towards Lin Ming. Suddenly, something strange occurred. Every 3 steps that Nether Limitless walked forwards, he would leave behind a shadow. This shadow was a complete copy of Nether Limitless. All of them held a katana in their hands and all of them had an extremely dangerous aura. This was not an afterimage left behind by moving too fast. Rather, Nether Limitless was moving at an extremely slow speed, just like a normal mortal walking. Even so, he left behind 3 remnant shadows, making it seem as if there were 4 of him. Avatar technique. No, that is the space laws. Nether Limitless had extremely high attainments in the space and time laws. And, once one perceived the space laws to a certain degree, they could create spatial mirror projections. These mirror images were different from illusions, they had true striking power. According to one's understanding of the space laws, their striking power could vary between 10% to 100% of the main body. If one could reach 100% reproduction, then that was a perfect mirror image. If one could reach the peak in this aspect, their mirror images would even inherit the laws, martial skills, combat experience, and memories of the original. That was a truly incomprehensible boundary. Moreover, an important factor was that these mirror images did not fear attacks. Shattering a mirror image wasn't difficult, but doing so cost true essence, and these mirror images could even be reformed afterward. It's actually spatial mirror images. By perfectly fusing the first 4 level concepts of the space laws together and tracing the threshold of the 5th level concept, he can actually form spatial mirror imagery. Lin Ming is a monstrous genius, but so is Nether Limitless. The space and time laws are known as second amongst the most difficult laws to comprehend. He is so young and yet he has managed to perceive them to such a degree. This really makes us older generation martial artists feel useless. On the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming now had to battle 4 opponents. 4 nether limitless simultaneously attacked. 4 swords slashed out together. In the skies, dark clouds began to gather as snow fluttered to the ground, filling the world. Drifting snow of 8,000 miles. At the same time he created spatial mirror images using the space laws. Nether Limitless also displayed his ice law killing move. His ability to fuse laws together was truly praiseworthy. In just this drifting snow of 8,000 miles, every single snowflake contained laws and concepts. If these snowflakes touched someone, they could even freeze a life-destruction martial artist to death. With millions and billions of snowflakes falling down, it could kill all living creatures for thousands of miles. To Nether Limitless, this was his ultimate killing move. He had originally planned to use it at the finals of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, but now he was forced by Lin Ming to show his hand here. Facing this strike, Lin Ming pointed his long spear to the ground. Behind him, the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower began to quietly bloom. Facing Nether Limitless all-out attack, Lin Ming directly opened the Grand Mist space. An ancient and boundless power erupted. As those endless snowflakes fell into the Grand Mist space, all of them began to melt away. Using the Grand Mist space was something that Lin Ming had already consulted with Mo Eversnow about and decided on before the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting had begun. Facing these countless masters of the Divine Realm, as well as the unfathomably deep Empyrean descendants, he would need to use the Grand Mist space sooner or later. Otherwise, there was no chance that Lin Ming would win. After all, he was only at the early Divine Sea realm. If he failed to blossom in the first martial meeting, he wouldn't be able to enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, let alone study the Divine Dream Law from Empyrean Divine Dream. To study the Divine Dream Law was something that Lin Ming desperately wished for. After the Grand Mist space was camouflaged with Mo Eversnow's technique, even a World King wouldn't be able to see through it. The only chance was if they had seen Empyrean Primordius use the Grand Mist space with their own eyes in the past. But Empyrean Primordius was someone with a similar status to Empyrean Divine Dream. And just how mysterious was Empyrean Divine Dream? Even if one became the champion of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting and reached first place on the Heaven Proclamation, they still wouldn't be able to see her. Even an ordinary World King or Great World King did not have the chance to see her. And wanting to see Empyrean Divine Dream display her full strength was an even greater impossibility. Only a similar Empyrean level character would be able to see her strength with their own eyes. In other words, unless one was an Empyrean level existence similar to Empyrean Primordius, then even an Empyrean chief disciple like Vast Cosmos wouldn't be able to recognize the camouflaged Grand Mist space. Perhaps the Grand Mist space being recognized by an Empyrean was an inevitability. But Lin Ming believed that these characters would certainly know of the Great War 100,000 years ago, when Empyrean Primordius had waged a cataclysmic war with Empyrean Thunder Punishment and other peerless powerhouses. This war had involved countless masters of the Divine Realm, and had likely even included god-beasts. It was even likely that Empyrean Primordius or Empyrean Thunder Punishment had perished because of this. How could such a great matter not be known by other Empyreans? They should also have guessed that Empyrean Primordius had left his inheritance within the Sky Spill continent. But the reason that they turned a blind eye to all this definitely wasn't simple at all. In other words, those that could recognize the Grand Mist space would also know about Empyrean Primordius's inheritance. As for those that couldn't recognize the Grand Mist space, they wouldn't know anything at all, so letting them see the Grand Mist space wasn't a big deal. Drawing back 10,000 steps, even if someone coveted the transcendent divine might known as the Primordius martial intent, it was still impossible for them to take it away from Lin Ming, because Lin Ming didn't have a jade slip at all. Even if they caught Lin Ming and searched his soul, they would still find nothing. There was indeed danger, but Lin Ming had to make a desperate gamble no matter what. If he could truly blossom in splendor at this first martial meeting, then no one would be able to move against him. The resources of an Empyrean Heavenly Palace, the Divine Dream Law, these were chances that he absolutely could not let go of. In the instant that he released the grand mist space, within vast universe heavenly palace, all the supreme elders there were able to see that the drifting snow of 8,000 miles was being rapidly melted away by some bizarre force field. Millimeter? It is a domain ability, an extremely powerful force field. Could it be a transcendent divine might? Several great world king powerhouses could all see shock reflected in each other's eyes. It should be an ability on the level of a transcendent divine might. Moreover, it is quite complete. It could be 20 to 30% complete. This Lin Ming truly had great lucky chances. It is impossible for an influence like the ancient Phoenix clan to possess a transcendent divine might. That is also reasonable. Without a great fortuitous encounter, how could he possibly grow to this degree and stand on the 31st step of the divine seal altar? Even that dragon fang must have encountered some heaven-shaking lucky chance. These world kings were a little surprised that Lin Ming possessed a transcendent divine might, but they had already guessed this long ago. To be able to stand at this height, who wouldn't possess a transcendent divine might? These great holy lands, if they didn't possess a complete transcendent divine might, they would at least possess an incomplete one. As for the Empyrean descendants, they certainly had at least one complete transcendent divine might. However, at the center of the Grand Hall, there was one person, vast cosmos, who had a strange expression on his face. This force field seems like... Vast cosmos seemed to make some vague associations in his mind. But, before he could think about it further, in less than the blink of an eye, Lin Ming had already attacked Nether Limitless. In this moment, Lin Ming's entire body was burning with deep red flames. From deep in his heart, purple fire erupted. Even his gaze seemed to hold an inferno. He opened the heretical god force to the limit and completely burnt the phoenix blood within him. On the phoenix blood spear, two divine lights of red and purple began to shine. Purple was virtual fire, red was true fire. The divine lights intertwined, fusing together. This spear strike was the peak utilization of Lin Ming's fire laws. Nether Limitless comprehended the first four-level concepts of the space laws and water laws, even tracing the threshold of the fifth-level concept. This achievement was enough to earn him endless praise. But as for Lin Ming, he had already stepped past the threshold of the fifth-level concept of the fire laws. He had achieved the boundary of truly summoning virtual fire. This fifth-level concept was a completely new level. Stepping into a threshold and tracing it were two completely different boundaries. This was the greatest harvest that Lin Ming had gained after entering the divine dream world and swallowing up the spirit source. Concept of virtual fire, virtual disintegration. Lin Ming poured all of the flames that wreathed his body into the phoenix blood spear. Purple and red flames twisted together on the phoenix blood spear. Facing the four Nether Limitless and the endless dominion of snow around them, his attack seemed common and weak. But, in that instant, the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower wrapped around Lin Ming. He burst forwards, his speed reaching the limit as he directly tore apart that curtain of endless snow. Underneath Nether Limitless control, the millions of snowflakes swirled together, gathering into a massive white tornado that swept towards Lin Ming. But, Lin Ming remained unstoppable, breaking through everything. With the Grand Mist space, he had wiped away the increased striking power from Nether Limitless space laws. Then, with his concept of virtual fire that he comprehended by truly stepping into the fifth level of the fire laws, he completely nullified Nether Limitless drifting snow of 8,000 mile. With both of them being elemental laws, when the fifth level concept of fire was compared to the fourth level concept of water, it was obvious which was stronger and which was weaker. Lin Ming's spear broke through Nether Limitless pervasive sword light, immediately reaching his front. With four Nether Limitless present, an ordinary martial artist would be hard-pressed to differentiate them. But, to Lin Ming this was not a problem at all. When the Grand Mist space came shrouding down, the energy of the spatial mirror images had been suppressed, and even seemed on the verge of dissipating. Although he wasn't able to cause the mirror images to completely collapse, it was still enough for Lin Ming to separate out Nether Limitless' true body. The Phoenix blood spear aimed straight towards the true Nether Limitless chest. In that moment, Nether Limitless was greatly shocked. He cut down with his sword towards Lin Ming. But, He had just used all his strength and hadn't been able to summon any new strength. Moreover, this was only a hasty counterattack. How could he possibly block Lin Ming? The Phoenix Blood Spear broke past Nether Limitless' final sword light and pierced through his protective true essence. Bang! Nether Limitless' protective true essence completely burst apart. The power of virtual fire flushed into Nether Limitless' body. In that moment, Nether Limitless' heart filled with endless anger and jealousy, hate, unwillingness, envy. He hated Lin Ming's talent, he envied Lin Ming's talent, he was unwilling to believe that Lin Ming's talent was superior to his own. He seethed with fury that he would lose under the gaze of all present, becoming nothing but a miserable loser. The flames of envy and anger were all types of virtual fire. As Lin Ming's strike hit Nether Limitless, it caused all of the anger and jealousy within him to expand to the limit, becoming increasingly wild and intense, as if Nether Limitless' body would soon burn away. His eyes turned blood red, his body would explode at any moment. You've lost. Underneath the rules of this competition and with Xiao Daochild watching from the side, it was impossible for Lin Ming to kill. He simply swept out the Phoenix Blood Spear and struck Nether Limitless with the spear shaft. At this time, Nether Limitless' protective true essence had already broken. When the spear shaft struck him, he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward. In that instant, the insufferably arrogant Nether Limitless spun in the air before coming crashing back down on the Divine Seal altar with blood splashing everywhere. Nether Limitless had been defeated. Lin Ming took a deep breath and adjusted his chaotic true essence. He put away the Phoenix Blood Spear. With the pressure of the 31st step pressing down on him, using virtual disintegration had consumed a good deal of energy. The martial arts arena had fallen into complete silence. Even the faint and elusive Xiao Daochild had opened his eyes and was staring straight at Lin Ming. As a disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe, Xiao Daochild had constantly gone in and out of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. In his million-plus years of life, he had seen countless proud sons of heaven, and all of these geniuses were at the level of Empyrean descendant. Empyrean Vast Universe himself had several hundred direct disciples. As for the other Empyreans, Xiao Daochild had seen even more of their disciples. With this level of experience, it was hard for this small semi-final occurring on the Divine Seal altar to arouse Xiao Daochild's interest. Thus, he floated high in the air, cross-legged, his eyes shut in meditation and seemingly extremely detached. Even Nether Limitless wasn't able to enter Xiao Daochild's eyes. But now, Lin Ming's performance had been enough to startle Xiao Daochild to attention. What he was shocked about was not Lin Ming's strength. In his opinion, Lin Ming's strength was within reasonable bounds. No, what he was surprised about was Lin Ming's talent. Just over 30 years of age, the early Divine Sea Lin Ming had been able to defeat the late Divine Sea Nether Limitless. This talent was high enough to stand evenly with an Empyrean descendant. Moreover, Lin Ming had not grown up in an Empyrean heavenly palace. Without the resources, inheritances, and teachers available at an Empyrean heavenly palace, he was at an enormous disadvantage, yet he had managed to accomplish what he did. This was truly terrifying. This child is unbelievable. Xiao Daochild's single phrase of disbelief was already an extremely high appraisal. As for the audience, they no longer knew what expression to make. At the Skydark Holy Lands area, all of those wild and raucous young disciples looked as if a bucket of water had been poured on their heads. All of their fires were completely doused. The invincible elder senior apprentice brother in their eyes, that undefeatable existence, had been completely crushed. He had lost in talent, lost in strength, left in ruins. Senior apprentice brother Lin is too fierce. Yang Little Moon whispered in the audience. Her journey in the competition had long since ended and she had made to the arena stands in time to watch Lin Ming defeat Nether Limitless. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all dumbfounded, their jaws dropped. To them, although their senior apprentice brother Lin was the strongest character, they never really imagined that Lin Ming would be so overwhelming that he would defeat even Nether Limitless. In particular, the fact that Lin Ming had indeed comprehended the 5th level concept of the fire laws. At just over 30 years of age, He had stepped foot into the true temple of high-level concepts. He had completed a breakthrough that many senior martial artists were unable to do in their entire lives. Nether Limitless was considered talented in the aspect of laws, but even he wasn't able to fully comprehend a fifth-level concept. Lin Ming, King. Some people from the audience began to shout out, and with this shouting, a wave of shouts burst out. Lin Ming, King. Lin Ming, King. At first it was only the ancient Phoenix clan cheering, but now the entire arena was ringing with shouts, the entire audience of billions roaring in jubilation. The billions of people formed a terrifying sound wave that resounded for 100,000 miles, washing away the clouds, echoing through the heavens. In the semifinals, for a talent to be born that was equal to an Empyrean descendant was beyond rare. From all the martial artists present, even if they came from Great World King Holy Land backgrounds, all of them were nothing but weeds compared to Empyrean heavenly palaces. But Lin Ming used his true strength to inform each and every one of them that regardless of how poor their background, their resources, their masters, or their inheritances were, they too could still reach the standard of an Empyrean descendant. In that moment, Lin Ming seemed to be the only existence on the Divine Seal altar, a hero that ruled over the world, standing arrogantly amongst society. Lin Ming actually won. He comprehended a fifth-level law concept, and also has a transcendent divine might. Within vast universe heavenly palace, vast cosmos was lost in thought for a moment. He took a light breath, observing everything happening around him. Then, he discovered that out of the many world kings present, a black-clothed man was looking at him. This man's eyes were deep and ghostly, his pupils red. He had a faint smile on his face, but for some reason, when he looked at vast cosmos felt his mind jump. Tian Mingzi, what is it? Nothing much, haha. Tian Mingzi remained smiling as before, as if nothing was able to disturb his congenial mood. His descendant Nether Limitless had been suppressed by Lin Ming in terms of both talent and strength. Even so, in the face of such a situation, his ability to remain serene and smiling was not something that an ordinary world king would possess. For many world kings, the older they became, the more they cared about honor and face. They had nothing left to fight for, and it was nearly impossible for them to change who was already ranked weaker and stronger. Thus, they would place their energy on the struggles of the junior disciples. This was how things were. When neighbors met, they would often compete with their children's achievements. Normally, if the descendant of a world king were to be completely rolled over by someone else, they would be angrier than Hua Violent Stone. But Tian Mingzi wasn't moved at all. He still talked and happily laughed with those around him as before. Millimeter, vast cosmos's eyebrows jumped up. Did Tian Mingzi realize something strange with the force field that Lin Ming used just now? Or was he trying to find some clue from my expression? All of these suspicions flashed through vast cosmos's heart. For those at his level of strength, it was easy to figure out many things from how they reacted. The force field that Lin Ming used reminds me of someone. Although I have never encountered him before, I have actually listened to Honorable Master speak of him. Honorable Master holds an extremely high admiration towards this person. According to Honorable Master's description, the force field that Lin Ming used has some similarities to that person's own unique ability. I must report this matter to Honorable Master and have him decide for himself. All of these thoughts rapidly passed through vast cosmos's mind. Even so, he maintained a stony expression, not allowing anyone to know what he was thinking. What a pity. Nephew Limitless was so close, he lost by a single move. Wide Universe World King stroked his beard, a regretful look in his eyes as if Nether Limitless had been his own disciple. Millimeter. Nephew Limitless has simultaneously obtained high comprehensions in the space and time laws as well as the water laws. By spreading his energy between 3 laws, he can't compare to Lin Ming focusing on a single law. Otherwise, with Nephew Limitless talent, he should have been able to enter the 5th level concept. If that happened, then this would be a completely different scene altogether. It would be hard to tell just who the winner would have been. Another World King powerhouse echoed, clearly looking for another reason to explain Nether Limitless' defeat. In fact, in their opinion, who cared if Lin Ming's talent reached that of an Empyrean descendant? The current Tian Mingzi had a talent that surpassed most Empyrean descendant. His future achievements would truly be incomparably terrifying, so what was the loss of a single nether limitless to Tian Mingzi? Thus, all of these world kings praised and flattered Tian Mingzi in order to form better relations with him. Tian Mingzi thought little of it. He only said, "Everyone, you all simply think too highly of Limitless. This descendant of mine is just a useless good-for-nothing. There have been so many resources used to raise him, and yet his achievements have been barely passable. As for that Lin Ming, he only comes from a peak holy land and yet he has such wonderful results. His talent is truly astounding. It is not an injustice that Limitless lost to him. Haha. Brother Nether is so open-minded, it really makes us feel ashamed." That's right. Juniors have their own ways of doing things. If we try to force our own desires and wishes onto them, that will only increase the pressure on them and cause their future achievements to suffer. Brother Nether's carefree and relaxed attitude is truly worthy of praise. As everyone was praising Tian Mingzi, no one brought up the transcendent divine might that Lin Ming had used. To them, this was a lucky chance that only Lin Ming could have experienced. For a character like Lin Ming, experiencing such lucky chances was well within reason. If it were an ordinary genius, obtaining this sort of lucky chance would have instead been a recipe for disaster. But Lin Ming's talent was comparable to an Empyrean descendant's. With that sort of status, he was truly worthy of such a lucky chance, thus he wouldn't draw the covetous eyes of others. Although vast cosmos knew that this lucky chance was beyond extraordinary, at the first martial meeting semifinals arena at Gravemoonstar, the tide of cheers continued for a full incense stick of time before they died down. Nether Limitless had been eliminated. Lin Ming sat down on the 31st step of the divine altar and began to meditate, restoring his strength and stabilizing his breath. And on another side, Dragon Fang and Bloodless Sword had yet to fight. They had both been watching Lin Ming's battle. Lin Ming glanced over at Dragon Fang, returning his gaze. Dragon Fang faintly smiled, simply saying, "You fought well." This evaluation meant that even though Dragon Fang had witnessed the strength Lin Ming had revealed, he had only appreciated it, and was not afraid of it nor ashamed of himself. Only such an opponent could cause Lin Ming to be filled with anticipation, seething with fighting spirit. As for Bloodless Sword, his expression was grim and dignified. He was well aware that if he had to face Lin Ming, he would undoubtedly lose. This brat, how could he be so abnormal? Bloodless Sword gripped the sword in his hand, a feeling of helplessness swelling up within him. Lin Ming was too strong, and at this time, Dragon Fang turned to Bloodless Sword. He said, "Friend, it's our turn." Dragon Fang looked extremely calm. But, as this look fell in Bloodless Sword's eyes, he felt that it was nothing more than a pretentious act, as if he hadn't cared about that battle just now at all. Otherwise, how could he be so calm in the face of such a significant battle? This boy, does he really think I'm a soft persimmon or something? Does he really think he is on Lin Ming's level? Does he think he can just pinch me to death as he pleases? Bloodless Sword suppressed the anger in his heart. He wanted to prove to everyone watching that although he couldn't compare to Lin Ming, he was also a top-class character. Although the current Dragon Fang seemed far too cool and lofty, he probably wasn't any stronger than he himself was. Whoosh! Bloodless Sword wielded his sword. Bloodless Sword was a nickname, not his true name. He was the blade to a new paradise, the Bloodless Sword. Because the speed of his sword was so fast, his blade would never be stained with blood. This was how he had acquired his nickname. In this way, Bloodless Sword's sword naturally reached the limit of speed. Sword energies filled the air, like endless Arctic winds howling through the world, blowing towards Dragon Fang. What Bloodless Sword comprehended was the concept of wind. At this moment, Bloodless Sword's sword energies had fused into the wind. The wind became his sword became the wind. From the start his sword blade was nearly invisible, all that could be seen was his sword light. But now, even his sword light had completely vanished. Even Nether Limitless' own sword skills were far inferior to Bloodless Sword's in terms of speed. This sword was as fast as a gale, dazzling, impossible to see. Just how could one defend against it? At this time, Dragon Fang also extracted his own weapon. This was a weapon that resembled a sword and a saber. Its hilt was straight, and the blade was too but curved at the end, seeming like a saber. The edges were sharp and the center had sharp ridges. In terms of shape, it resembled a curved fang, thus it was called the Dragon Fang blade. Dragon Fang's nickname had also originated from his sword. The speed is adequate, but the striking power is lacking. Dragon Fang slashed out his sword. A brilliant sword energy swept through the world, causing space to tremble. In that instant, Bloodless Sword's endless sword light was twisted up and broken by Dragon Fang's attack. With absolute strength, Dragon Fang had directly suppressed Bloodless Sword's sword energy, brute force to break through 10,000 moves. When the difference in strength had reached an absolute, no amount of techniques or skills could make up for it. What amazing striking power! A sharp light flashed through Lin Ming's eyes. Dragon Fang's striking power was too abnormal. It had to be known that this was only a casual strike, he hadn't even used one of his stronger attacks. It looks like this fight will end immediately. The difference between Bloodless Sword and Dragon Fang is too great. Chapter 1251, To Climb the Peak. Chapter 1251, To Climb the Peak. He has fused the space laws into his sword. Using the vibrations of space, he broke through my concept of wind. After Bloodless Sword's attack failed, he drew backwards. Dragon Fang's attack had horrified him. With his attack just now, he had used a boundless sword energy to mix up the air currents, causing all the sword energy within the area to turn violent, forming something similar to a sword domain. This sword technique was far, far away from being able to cause space to tremble with sword energy. It was only creating a faintly similar phenomenon. But this was already amazing enough. Bloodless Sword had defeated countless opponents with this move. But now, Dragon Fang's sword strike had truly disrupted space and easily broke apart Bloodless Sword's attack. His comprehension of the space laws was actually formidable to such a ridiculous degree. Too terrifying. Bloodless Sword tightly gripped his sword hilt. He realized that this Dragon Fang standing on front of him, among his contemporaries, was the most powerful opponent he had ever faced. At this moment, Dragon Fang raised his sword. As his sword flashed, Dragon Fang's star-bright pupils changed, condensing together into a single point. All around his pupils, countless mysterious patterns appeared. These eyes seemed filled with unfathomable mysteries, shrouded in darkness, causing everyone to be unable to fully look at his eyes. As Bloodless Sword saw these pupils, he felt his entire body go ice cold. At this time, Dragon Fang finally slashed out with his sword. As this sword cut outwards, Dragon Fang's figure divided into 8, attacking Bloodless Sword from 8 directions. What? Bloodless Sword was left in a complete panic. Spatial mirror images, divided into 8. This was someone that had truly stepped into the 5th level concept of the space laws. The 5th level of the space laws was far more difficult to reach than the elemental laws. Even an extremely talented character like Nether Limitless had only managed to trace the threshold of the 5th level law concept. To be able to divide into 4 spatial mirror images was something that had shocked everyone present, but now Dragon Fang had truly comprehended the 5th level concept of space. How was this possible? Bloodless Sword felt his entire body freeze. At the moment when Dragon Fang displayed such ridiculous power, it had nearly broken apart his sword heart, making him lose all courage to resist. The difference was too great. Any resistance, was useless. Absolute Star Sword. Bloodless Sword clenched his teeth and spurred the power of stars, striking out with his most powerful move. At this time, all the starlight in the skies seemed to gather together in a river of sparkling light, falling down in an incomparably gorgeous manner. However, when the sword light that Bloodless Sword sent out collided with Dragon Fang's attack, it was instantly exterminated by the combined attack of the 8 spatial mirror imagery. Whoosh! 8 figures gathered as one. Dragon Fang appeared behind Bloodless Sword like ghosts and demons. The curved Dragon Fang blade touched against Bloodless Sword's back. "You have lost," Dragon Fang lightly said. At that moment, Bloodless Sword's entire body was stiff. His palms and his back were already dripping with sweat. Terrifying. This was an indescribable feeling. At the moment Dragon Fang rushed towards him, he had seen Dragon Fang's pupils, and those eyes made Bloodless Sword feel as if he had died. There was no possibility of resisting. Drip drip. Drops of sweat fell to the ground, rolling down from Bloodless Sword's fingertips. The energy that still percolated in the air was broken down by the invisible Empyrean pressure, turning into fog before vanishing. Bloodless Sword was frozen, resembling a statue. The billions of people in the area were left in complete silence. What a horrifying Dragon Fang! In the skies, at some unknown time, Xiao Daochild had risen up. As he looked at Dragon Fang, there was stark shock in his face. This is only the semifinals, and yet a peerless genius has appeared. This Dragon Fang's talent is terrifying beyond description. Xiao Daochild took a deep breath. This was something completely beyond his expectations. I must report this matter to Senior Apprentice Brother Vast Cosmos, but Senior Apprentice Brother Vast Cosmos is likely already paying attention to here. After the arena was silenced for several breaths of time, there was an eruption of loud discussion. Dragon Fang is too strong. Although Bloodless Sword is inferior to Nether Limitless, these are still top masters of 100 great worlds. The new Paradise Holy Lands is a great world king holy land of a first-order world, but even so, Bloodless Sword didn't even have the confidence to continue fighting Dragon Fang. Bloodless Sword cannot be blamed. That is truly impossible to resist. When Dragon Fang divided into 8 spatial mirror images, that is over double what Nether Limitless was capable of. At such a young age, he managed to comprehend the 5th-level concept of the space laws. That is simply the talent of a monstrous genius. The space laws are far more difficult to comprehend than the 5 elemental laws. But once understood, they are far more formidable. It's hard to imagine just what Dragon Fang's achievements will be in the future. Even an ordinary Empyrean descendant cannot compare. This Dragon Fang is far stronger than Lin Ming. There is no limit in this universe. There is always a higher mountain and a stronger master, so this isn't strange at all. If this were extended to the quadrillion trillion lives of the entire divine realm, the number of geniuses that emerge from that number would be unimaginable. This gathering, this divine realm first martial meeting, is truly magnificent. There were simply far too many geniuses. Dragon Fang, Xiao Moxian, Fairy Frost Dream, White King, Lin Ming. Compared to them, Nether Limitless had been completely overshadowed. Because of Lin Ming's age, he also appeared a bit too immature. At this time, Nether Limitless was still standing on the altar steps, and he had witnessed the complete process of Dragon Fang and Bloodless Sword's battle. A miserable and mirthless smile flashed across his face. He knew that Dragon Fang was several years younger than he was. And not just that, but Dragon Fang had taken the domain he was most proud of, the space laws, and had thoroughly defeated him. One of the greatest attacks on one's mentality was to be completely surpassed in the domain that they excelled at. This competition on the Divine Seal altar was a tremendous blow to Nether Limitless confidence. At this time, the heated and zealous cheers of billions echoed through the arena. They were all cheering Dragon Fang's name. The entire arena was roused into an incomparably wild frenzy. Too strong. Perhaps during this Divine Realm First Martial meeting, Dragon Fang can compete with the likes of Xiao Moxian and all the others. That's right, in these semifinals on Grave Moonstar, Dragon Fang is the strongest. Just now he displayed the 5th-level concept of space and easily defeated Bloodless Sword. He has yet to reveal his true strength. Who dares to say that he doesn't have his own transcendent divine might? Speaking of transcendent divine mights, the top 3 of the Earth Proclamation are able to study a transcendent divine might, and Dragon Fang will surely be one of them. However, it is still unknown whether or not he can defeat Empyrean descendants on the level of Xiao Moxian. We still have no understanding of how strong they are. As for Lin Ming, although his talent is extremely high, his strength is still lacking that final bit. It shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the top 10 rankings of the Earth Proclamation. But reaching the top 10 rankings of the Heaven Proclamation would be too difficult. In the future, Dragon Fang and Lin Ming are sure to become great world kings. 2 great world kings have gathered here. Just how abnormal is that? The billions of people were all frantically speaking amongst themselves. On the ancient Phoenix clan's side, Fairy Fong felt her heart rapidly beat. These juniors were scarily fierce. He really is strong, Lin Ming thought to himself as he looked on at Dragon Fang. Although he held back his strength in his battle against Nether Limitless, who knew how much Dragon Fang had held back? Bloodless Sword simply didn't have the qualifications to make Dragon Fang reveal his true strength. In Lin Ming's opinion, Dragon Fang could only be described as unfathomably deep. He was a truly terrifying opponent. He was curious as to just what fortuitous encounter Dragon Fang had. Those pupils. In Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Vast Cosmos rubbed his forehead, sifting through his memories, deep in thought. The many world kings had been shaken by Dragon Fang's last attack. Lin Ming had shocked them, but Dragon Fang even frightened them a little. None of them realized how strange Dragon Fang's pupils were. Or, it was more correct to say that although they noticed it, they didn't pay much attention to it. In the divine realm, there were far too many special bloodlines and physiques. It wasn't uncommon at all for someone with strange pupils to appear. Vast Cosmos pondered for a long time. Then, he quietly formed some seals with his hands. He completely recorded Lin Ming's transcendent divine might and Dragon Fang's special pupils in these seals, directly sending this notification to his honorable master, Empyrean Vast Universe. At this time, on Grave Moonstar's divine seal altar, cheers rushed through the arena like surging ocean waves, continuing for a quarter hour before gradually dying down. The supervisor of this semifinal, Xiao Daochild, floated high in the skies above the divine seal altar, looking down at Lin Ming and Dragon Fang. You two are very good. This is not the first time that I have presided over the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. But in the last several 100,000 years, less than 10 people have ever managed to earn such praise from me. But in these semifinals alone, there are actually 2 of you. In my life, I have witnessed countless geniuses, many of them extreme unrivaled talents of their era. But you two have left a deep impression on me, and the reason for this is your backgrounds. The Divine Seal altar is laid out before you. The 32nd step. The 33rd step. Climb as high as you can and push out the limit of your potential. Let me see just how high your hands can reach. Xiao Daochild rarely spoke so many words. Ever since the start of the semifinals, besides announcing the rules, all of the other words he spoke combined together didn't add up to what he just said. Even so, Xiao Daochild had only said let me see how high your hands can reach, instead of let me see if you can mount the summit. In other words, Xiao Daochild believed that even though Lin Ming and Dragon Fang had reached this level of talent and strength, they still didn't possess the ability to ascend to the top. Although this divine seal altar was only a replica, it was still a treasure personally refined by Empyrean Vast Universe, an Empyrean spirit treasure. Wanting to reach the top during the Divine Sea Realm, wasn't that easier said than done? It's finally begun. This is the final battle. I thought that it would be between Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword, but I never imagined it would be a battle between these 2 dark horses. This is far more exciting than anything that could happen between Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword. I wonder just how far they can climb up the last 2 steps of the Divine Seal altar. I think that Dragon Fang can climb up higher. As for Lin Ming, although he won't be able to climb higher than Dragon Fang, he should still be able to reach the 32nd step. In the legends, the last several times the Divine Seal altar had been used in the first martial meeting, no one had been able to climb to the 32nd step, let alone the 33rd step. Now, let's go. Lin Ming and Dragon Fang looked at each other, both able to feel a soaring fighting spirit blazing from each other's eyes. The 2 of them both jumped up onto the cliffs of the Divine Seal altar's 32nd step. The 100,000-foot cliff stood tall, towering into the skies, piercing through the heavens. The pressure on the 32nd step was far higher than the pressure on the 31st step. Lin Ming instantly felt this change in pressure. What a powerful pressure. Since it's going to be like this, then let this Empyrean pressure be even stronger. Chapter 1252, Dragon Fang's Identity. Chapter 1252, Dragon Fang's Identity. Among a vast and endless sea of clouds, countless celestial mountains floated in the skies. These celestial mountains were tens of thousands of feet high, lush with verdant plants and vibrant flowers. Waterfalls fell down from the peaks of these mountains, flowing like countless bolts of snow-white silk that was hundreds of thousands of feet long, sprinkling into the clouds before fading from sight. Among these numerous celestial mountains was a separate spatial dimension. This space was filled with a great lake that sparkled like fields of diamonds. Fishes leapt through the pristine lake and water lotuses bloomed. All sorts of spirit birds flew back and forth, filling the air with a rainbow of beautiful and auspicious colors. In front of this immortal lake was a lush bamboo house. This bamboo house appeared very common, and one could even smell the fragrant scent of fresh bamboo. Warm sunlight sprinkled down, illuminating the bamboo house. At this time, the door to the house was pushed open and a woman dressed in pure white slowly stepped out. She appeared to be just over 20 years of age, and she carried a watering pot in her hands. Although she appeared like a mortal woman, from her head to her toes she exuded a holy and utterly divine aura. As she casually walked through the flowers, 10,000 faint ribbons of shimmering silk seemed to hang from her body. Her appearance was covered in a faint haze of fog, making one unable to clearly see her. She seemed to be passing through the endless years of time. Although one could see her, it was impossible to target where she was. As she gently walked by, all the flowers seemed to bend towards her. Birds gathered around her, dancing in the air, singing with their light chirping voices. The white-clothed woman arrived before a row of flowers. She tilted the pot in her hands, watering the flowers. The water in this pot was beyond ordinary. It was immortal spring nectar. To a holy lord-level alchemist, just a single drop was an incomparably wonderful treasure for refining pills. But in the hands of this white-clothed woman, it was only used to water flowers. These flowers that she was watering were not ordinary either, but were heavenly treasures that even a world king would grow jealous over. But here, these heavenly treasures were not used for alchemy, but merely for viewing. These wonders of heaven and earth were naturally incomparably beautiful. At this time, 2 small and cute red fish leapt out of the water of the lake, transforming into 2 beautiful young girls in the air. These 2 girls looked no older than 16 to 17 years old. Their bodies were wrapped in a sheath of flowing water, their twin peaks were in full bud, and their perfect thighs were round and slender. The 2 young girls released an infinitely youthful atmosphere, their beauty and grace incomparable to a mortal. They were from the monster race. The fish in this immortal lake were also not ordinary fish, but rather extremely high cultivation fish monsters that could transform into humans. If any one of them were to enter a great world, they would be proud daughters of heaven that could shock the world. However, here, they were only fish playing in the lake. They led a diligent and simple cultivating life, happy and innocent. Fairy maiden, Empyrean vast universe would like to see you. The 2 young girls said. Millimeter. The white-clothed woman faintly responded as she straightened herself. The 2 young girls turned back into red fish that swam back and forth between the leaves of the water lotuses. At this time, the surrounding space trembled and a 6-sided prismatic crystal appeared in the air, floating in this dimension. 2 sharp points of the prismatic crystal emitted a dim black light, forming an image half the size of a person. The entire universe seemed to be sealed within this dim black light. If an ordinary person were to face this black light, they would want to fall to their knees in worship. Divine dream. The prismatic crystal formed a metallic face in the air, its voice full of energy. In the vast and boundless divine realm, it was rare for Empyreans to see each other. Many of them were closed up in seclusion or had returned to their native lands. Once one reached their boundary, there was little in the world that could affect their mindset. To the countless junior martial artists of the divine realm, all of them were itching to fight in the first martial meeting that had swept through the entire divine realm, signaling the height of a golden age. All these juniors thought to blossom in glory in the first martial meeting. But, to an Empyrean, the first martial meeting wasn't anything at all. In the entire divine realm, how many tens of thousands of years had to pass before an Empyrean was born? Even if one was ranked first on the first martial meeting's heaven proclamation, their chances of becoming an Empyrean were far too small. If one could not become an Empyrean, then they would only be a great world king. That was a level that couldn't rouse the interest of an Empyrean at all. Thus, the first martial meeting had basically been conducted by their disciples. As for Empyrean Vast Universe, he had only taken responsibility for sending out the sound transmission. This was something performed by Empyrean Vast Universe, the reason being that his disciples didn't have the capabilities to send a sound transmission to the quadrillion trillion lives of the entire divine realm. Otherwise, Empyrean Vast Universe wouldn't have appeared at all. In this situation, Empyrean Vast Universe had still cast a divine sense projection into the resting lands of Empyrean Divine Dream. There naturally had to be something extraordinary that occurred. The white-clothed woman laid down her watering pot and looked towards Empyrean Vast Universe's divine sense projection, waiting for his explanation in coming here. Her skin was soft and supple like liquid jade. Although her current situation seemed different from her actual station, one could still sense an ethereal aura coming from her. Divine Dream, if I'm not mistaken then. 3 lives old man's descendant has appeared. Empyrean Vast Universe spoke straight to the point. 3 lives old man. The white-clothed woman was lost in thought as she thought of this elderly person. That old man was the senior of both her and Vast Universe. In the past, when she first stepped onto the road of martial arts, 3 lives old man had already been an Empyrean. 300 million years, the white-clothed woman whispered, as if she were opening the ancient tome of history. 300 million years, just how long an expanse of time was that? Yes, 300 million years. I fear that Senior 3 Lives has remained in stasis within a time enchantment for at least 200 million years. Since Senior 3 Lives has awakened and also found his successor, I believe that he has had a premonition of the future. As that black crystal image spoke, the image it projected suddenly blurred and shifted. The metallic face disappeared, replaced by the projection of a black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth carried the dragon fang blade over his shoulders. He was Dragon Fang. This is him. Yes. This person has a single name, Fang, but his nickname is Dragon Fang. I have had my disciples examine his history. At the very start of the preliminaries, he didn't display anything too extraordinary. Perhaps he was biding his time and saving his strength, or he might have found some lucky chance in the divine dream world. For instance, he found an elementary spirit source and then awakened the 3 lives pupils. Thus, because of that, his strength has risen astronomically. 3 lives pupils. The white-clothed woman's expression finally changed. 3 lives pupils was the transcendent divine might of 3 lives old man. This was an extremely special and singular type of transcendent divine might. In order to study it, one needed not just the inheritance of 3 lives old man, but also a very unique physique. This was a special physique that would appear only within a single family line in the divine realm, passing down one generation at a time to only a single person. Studying this transcendent divine might was beyond difficult. Moreover, one needed 3 lives old man's personal instruction. Just a jade slip was not enough. From studying the 3 lives pupils at the start, if one wasn't able to open them, then that person's strength would be suppressed instead, making them seem like a common genius of their era. But, if they did manage to open them, their might would rise to horrific levels. In this world, there were far too few things that could cause this white-clothed woman's expression to change. The 3 lives pupils were one of them. From what I know, Fang has a skeletal age of 36 and his cultivation is at the middle divine sea realm. To open the 3 lives pupils as 36 years of age is truly impressive. I am sure that he will have his own special place in this first martial meeting, but it's a pity that he only just opened his 3 lives pupils, so he is far from being able to display its full strength. I fear it is impossible for him to surpass Frost Dream and the others. Empyrean Vast Universe sighed. Compared to Fang's immeasurably long life that lay in front of him, 36 years was nothing but a brief blink of the eyes. As he spoke, the white-clothed woman noticed another black-clothed youth standing next to Fang. This youth gave the white-clothed woman some strange and inexplicable feeling. He is Millimeter. This boy is also special. He is someone that ascended from the lower realms. He knows the transcendent divine might left behind by Primordius, the Primordius martial intent. Primordius martial intent. Is he Primordius's successor? The white-clothed woman was surprised. To her, the name Empyrean Primordius held far too much meaning. He, Divine Dream, and Vast Universe had all been characters of the same era, peerless talents of their time. No. He has only learnt a portion of the Primordius martial intent. My guess is that he stumbled upon some lucky chance and discovered the inheritance that Primordius left behind. However, he hasn't passed the test that Primordius left behind, thus he has yet to obtain Primordius's true inheritance. I cannot call him Primordius's successor, only a lucky fellow. His strength is worse than Fang's, and his potential is far, far worse. Empyrean Vast Universe only speculated this from the grand mist space that Lin Ming had revealed. And indeed, Lin Ming had not obtained Empyrean Primordius's true inheritance, only a very small portion of it. In fact, when Lin Ming walked down the road of Emperor in the past, he was nothing but a martial artist of the lower realms, and his cultivation hadn't even been at the life-destruction realm. His potential back then was far inferior to what it was now. At that time, if Lin Ming hadn't passed Empyrean Primordius's test, then that would have been reasonable. It was just that Lin Ming had been far superior compared to those other people on the Skyspill planet back then. Before this brat completely passes Empyrean Primordius's test, he cannot be considered Primordius's successor. How can Primordius's test be so easy to pass? We can only wait and see just what this boy's future will be like. The one we should be concerned about now is Fang. His strength is a bit worse off than what it could be, but for him to open the 3 lives pupils at age 36, that is proof of just how terrifying his potential is. In the future, when the Great World Calamity approaches, Fang will surely become one of the heroes of that time. As for Lin Ming, if he grows well and encounters some more lucky chances, he will also be able to become an important supporting character. In an era, there would be several leading protagonists, and even more supporting roles. Back in the far-off ancient past, Empyrean Divine Seal had not been the only hero. The white-clothed woman didn't respond to Empyrean Vast Universe's words. She simply waved a hand, and the entire dimension around her vanished, instantly turning into an exact replica of Grave Moonstar's semifinals area. The vast sea of people, the billions of spectators present, all of them cheered in excited jubilation. The endless crowd cheered and cheered as they watched Lin Ming and Dragon Fang climb up the Divine Seal altar. The white-clothed woman floated quietly in the sky, standing beside Empyrean Vast Universe's Divine Sense projection as they both watched Dragon Fang and Lin Ming climb up the Divine Seal altar in full, crystal-clear view. Empyrean Vast Universe faintly smiled. Your ability is quite useful. You can instantly form a divine dream projection to recreate reality. Good, then let us have a look at what this so-called junior named Fang, the successor of 3 Lives Old Man, is like. I want to see just how far he will be able to climb up the Divine Seal altar that I personally refined. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.